Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Welcome and good evening, wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8, and this is part 2 of Slay the Princess. This is still technically a demo, but apparently a few months ago they did an update on this. If I look at the Steam page, last time I played this, I played one part that was 4 hours long. I'll link it in the description. And there was only 7 achievements. I got all the achievements. I got every possible ending. But apparently must add a decent amount. Because it says there's 19 total achievements, so I went from having 100% of the achievements to 36%. So I have 7 out of 19. I'm going to avoid reading the achievements right this moment so I don't spoil the story for myself. Let's click on Community Hub. When did they update this? I don't know. There's a few silly questions like why a furry and stuff like that. It's like good for a laugh. No, I'm gonna try to avoid talking about that because I don't need to start talking about hentai and stuff because we're trying to keep this PG, suitable for people. I don't need to be talking about hentai. We all know I look at hentai. Why are we here? Right, I was trying to see the update stuff. There's a news thing right here. Okay, new demo, March 21st. So it is July 6th right now, so yeah, it's been a couple months or so. I don't remember when it was. Let's double check OBS. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember when it was I did part 1. It was 4 hours long, but I found all the achievements, I think. Yeah, I did. But I think I remember one of the achievements used a picture of Gohan. And I think I remember a lot of the achievements, both the achievement, the description, and the picture were hilarious. But I'm going to try to avoid looking at achievements right now because I don't want to spoil it. But the fact that we're down to 7 out of 19 achievements now tells me that they added quite a bit. Which means... Oh, right, I think I remember, it says flickering image. I remember there being something that had some sort of recording issue last... Like, it technically still recorded, but I know I had some sort of recording problem last time. But I don't know when that was. Whenever this demo first came out. But yeah. I spent 4 hours getting all the achievements. So I got every possible ending and path that existed back then. So should I load an already existing game or what? I don't know what's possibly different. Oh, by the way, I suggest before watching this that you go back and watch the 4 hour long video of me playing this thing, whenever, half a year or something ago. Otherwise, this won't make sense. So, I'll just sit here quietly for 4 hours, giving you guys time to watch the other video. Or you can just pause it. I'll just keep playing. You guys, it's not like this is live, so. But let's. Right, animated backgrounds, that was my problem. In the future, I can try to go back with animated backgrounds if you guys want, but I remember not being... I remember that, crashing. It also caused a little bit of motion sickness, but it looked really awesome. But, yeah. But yeah, I just don't know, because I remember it taking a while, So if I go load game, I have all these things. What's A and Q? Excuse me? Automatic. Quick. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I should. Oh, I made some saves over here. But yeah, I really don't know if I should just start a new file or what. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this, but I guess that's why you shouldn't play games, especially not horror games, blind, because now you have to watch me not know what the fuck to do. I guess we'll start. Maybe there'll be some sort of difference, but if there is, I won't know what it is, because I won't remember. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess. But of course, you know...
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I'm gonna... Grant, I understand we're going off a flawed memory here. In more ways than one. But... I'm gonna try to read through this, and if I see a option I don't remember, we'll go for that, because it's gonna be new. Yeah, I really don't remember what to do, but I'll tell you guys if I see anything I don't remember existing. Oh, that's cool. Maybe, like I said, if you guys want to see me try to do animated backgrounds again, let me know, but I don't think my computer handled that very well back then.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
Would I have been better just loading an old save, or is it better that I am starting it from, the beginning? I mean, at least we'll see whatever new achievements I get together. But I want to bring my screen up a little higher. There we go, that's a little bit better. I do like this. I remember the animated background stuff was really cool, and the stars. I like this multiple layer thing, that looks awesome. And even though the game is like, it's not like, we're not, in a 3D world running around fighting things actively, but I like the art style, and I like that it moves around like this. And granted, yes, we could do an animated background, but I'm pretty sure both my computer and my version of OBS can't handle the animated backgrounds, and that I just can't record it very well.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I feel like... shouldn't there be more options there? Okay, so I don't remember what it... It's kind of like when I played the game Trapped with Jester.
Almost entirely bare.
I did 2 parts of that. It was nice. Didn't get all the endings to that one, but it was...
The floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Hopefully, though, if you do watch part 1 of me slay the princess, hopefully that's enjoyable. I imagine I was probably more on edge because I had never played it at all before. I imagine we'll get back to that when we... Granted, I remember there being a lot of things that were quite unnerving that even though I've seen it before, will still be unnerving. But if you want to see the initial reaction, that's part 1, which, like I said, will be in the description. But this, I don't know at what point we get new content, and I don't know how long it is. I mean, heck, if I try to get all the new endings and stuff, I don't know how long that's going to take. I might not be able to do that in one video, and heck, this could be a very long video. I do at least know the YouTube's limitations are 12 hours. Because I have tried to upload a video that was like 14 hours before. That was like, I think, a year and a half ago. And, yeah, which that's probably for the best. But I've talked about that 14-hour video before. That was not a good day for me. I was not doing well. Perched on the table.
The
Right.
blade is your
We have a narrator already. I don't
You'll
need to
need
read
it if you want to do this right.
Yeah, we'll take the blade.
Take
It doesn't
the
mean I'm
blade
going to
from
use
the
it.
table.
It's just better to have
It'd
it.
be rather difficult
It's like a gun.
to play the princess.
Just
and
because you have a
save
gun
the
doesn't mean
world.
you're going to use it. It's good to have it so you have the option. After all, it's just a tool for self-defense. There's no other use for such a thing.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly
I do
illuminated
remember
by
my
a
initial
unseen
reaction to
light
playing this
below.
game. That I
This
just
is
wanted to
an
avoid the
oppressive
scenario
stillness.
altogether.
The air
So I
feels
kept avoiding the
heavy.
cabin. And then when I
heat
got here,
filtering
she
from
like
the
became,
wood.
well,
Princess
terrifying to
Radiance
look
here.
at. Like she was
Slaying her is
like
probably doing her a favor.
abnormally aged and her body was disjointed in places that were very unnatural. It was something that you would expect in a creepypasta. And it was like, oh dear God.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
Why does she sound pissed? Is it because I have the dagger? I don't remember her having that kind of voice to that. Like, of course, I remember, like, the time that I held off on coming to the cabin too long. It was, like, a very, very... I think the word they used was maybe wilted or jilted or something. But and I was like, what does that mean? And then all of a sudden I heard, I'm like, oh God, I don't want to know what that means anymore. Dear fucks. The music's awesome, by the way. A little unnerving, by the way. But it's awesome. But I remember, like, regardless if I took the blade or not, the voice was still, who's there? Sort of like, you know, more tentative, more nervous, more unsure of themselves. This is more like I have, like, someone who's strong and confident and already confrontational waiting for me.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Yeah.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of
But I don't-
manipulation.
I mean, was it like that the first time I played? I know the very first time I encountered the princess was after she became, well, terrifying to be around, but at least the werewolf version I still had an erection for and actually felt safe. The other one was not attractive at all and also terrifying and kind of made me nauseous and want to vomit.
Good. You're still listening to reason.
Am I?
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
I couldn't afford a second chain?
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
You think they could have at least given her a pillow and some blankets and a stuffed animal?
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Yeah, I definitely don't remember this voice acting. I remember it being different. So it is good that I actually started from the beginning, because this is... They definitely had to do some work. Which also makes me glad that I did a recording of it back before, because it at least gives us a record of how the game has changed. Otherwise, like, yep, it's just lost to time. No one will ever get to hear how the voice acting used to be. Which, I'll say this, it's always good to improve and work on things. And, like, initially, I'm feeling that the delivery of even just this instance of this world is so much better. But I still appreciate that I have the memory of the previous iteration of it. And I'm glad that video is out there, because I want the previous version to still be, you know, possible to go back and watch. It's amazing to be able to compare. I mean, heck, I'm terrible at singing, but I like to sing karaoke, and there's some times where I'll look at multiple times I've tried the same song and see... then again, I don't think I make any improvement in it. But, like I said, I'm terrible at singing. But I enjoy doing it. Let's see. And like I said, I'm looking at this to see if there's anything that I, don't remember seeing last time. And honestly, I can't really remember, but I'm just sort of trying to guess.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
here's the thing. I definitely sound, like, one hand, she does sound more confident, but something about the tone of the voice definitely makes me feel, I think I feel more suspicious of her than I did last time. And keep in mind, I'm trying to half-assedly remember something that I did, at least 6 months ago? Like I said, the link for the part 1 will be in the description, so... Okay, let me double check OBS, make sure it's actually recording. Yeah. 15 minutes of me just not actually doing anything and just going on and on about how amazing the game is and how I'm glad I'm... Check this out. But yeah, it's just... It'd be interesting to go... Like I said, part 1 will be in the description, so you'll see whatever date it was I posted part 1. Or, I posted the same day I recorded it, I think. But yeah, I don't remember this voice acting being like this.
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us. The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you.
Right now, I think what I'm doing right now is... Now granted, you guys are like hearing what my inner monologue would be. But I think what I'm doing is I'm making decisions based on what I would do if I were actually in this scenario. And then from there, we'll start just doing whatever we can to get every possible ending.
Face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine.
I like the enunciation and the voice acting. I think, like I think the voice acting was good the first time I played it half a year ago, but I think they definitely improved it.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
Can you hear the narrator, Miss Princess? I don't know if I ever got your
Here we
name.
are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Yeah, it is an odd way to start talking. I don't remember this being this many options before.
Don't just tell her that.
I'm being honest.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
I guess the same's true. I mean, Morgan Freeman said in a movie, quoting some person who I can't remember. Was it Mark Twain? Probably quoting Mark Twain. Where he said, Mark Twain said the world is a good place, worth protecting. I agree with the second part. But the world's got its good parts too. It's just, yeah, there's a lot of fucked up shit.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
How have you been living? How about food? Like, your arms should be like... It's like the end of Yu Yu Hakusho.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so... dangerous?
No. Your eyes are... Again, that's one thing I find fascinating. Granted, I know this sounds weird, but like in a lot of hentai, it's very important to pay attention to the face, because there's sometimes that people don't pay attention to that and they focus more on the more sexualized aspects of a person, and they wind up inadvertently making a face that's like uncanny valley or something that's just unnerving, and it's just no. Whereas there's other times that they put a lot of interest in the face, and you can see either confidence or desire or just innocence, naivety, trust, affection. And like on one hand, you look at this, like especially your eyes, like, oh, are you seeing a bit of malevolence? At the same time, it's just tiredness. I mean, heck, a lot of people think I'm stoned. I've never smoked weed in my life. I've never smoked anything in my life. And yet, people, when they look at me, tend to think sometimes that I'm, smoking marijuana. Reason being, it's just, I'm tired a lot. I don't sleep very well. I haven't slept very well in a long time. And I tend to have poor health. Beyond that, my body just tends to hate me. Hell, I had palsy when I was 13. Had to actually tape one of my eyes shut for 2 weeks so I wouldn't go blind. Because, basically you can lose an eyeball from that. But thankfully I was able to recover after a couple weeks. I will say that was very inconvenient. I could still walk and everything. It was mostly my face that was affected at the time. Yeah, I've been through a lot of injuries and car accidents. People trying to kill me. Some getting kind of close to succeeding at that. But main point I'm just saying is this. People tend to think I'm a stoner or something. I've never smoked in my life. But it's more so just... It's just severe tiredness, exhaustion, very, very severe depression, and just not feeling well a lot. But I think I'm very good at hiding being depressed, or anxious, or hurt, or bothered by things. I'm able to, I do feel like I'm actually I tend to have social anxiety, but I'm very good at hiding it. I can talk to people in public, and I think I'm able to make it where they can't tell. And I'm usually able to get laughs out of people, and if someone else seems depressed, I usually try to go out of my way to cheer them up. But I guess the best way to describe it is, I like talking to people, but I am an introvert. I like talking to people, but it gets very exhausting. I'm always anxious. I'm very good at hiding how anxious and nervous I am. And I'm actually good at talking to people. I mean, in real life, I'll usually gauge, body language, facial things. I'll talk about what the person's comfortable with, listen to them, and, I'm usually really good at having a good conversation with people. But here, at least with a recording, I don't have to filter everything. And plus, since I'm the only person talking, I can talk non-stop. And in general, I need to be able to talk to people. So here you have a crazy guy rambling at his computer who went the Let's Player path just because I enjoy watching Let's Plays. I always have, back since the time of Proton John and everything, Ultra J-Man, back before Markiplier even existed, back before the idea of anyone even getting paid on YouTube was even a thought anyone ever had, where no one made any money. Heck, I don't even think ads existed back then. I don't think ads on YouTube even existed. And I said, I have no interest to ever make a cent off this channel. In fact, even if I had 1 million subscribers, which at that point I think if I had 10,000 subscribers, I might have a damn heart attack just because holy shit. I'm like, fuck. But, yeah, even if I had 1 million, I have no intention of ever partnering with YouTube. I don't want a sponsor, I don't want a Patreon. I don't want to make a single cent from a single advertisement. I have no intention to ever make a single cent in any way off of the name Lunar D8, or off of YouTube, or anything else I might ever stream on. I just like making these videos and being able to talk without a filter. if you guys happen to enjoy the video, that's awesome. That's a bonus. And if you guys want to hang out with me and talk to me on stuff, I appreciate the company as long as you're nice to me, as long as you're polite and courteous, as long as you're kind, then as long as you're respectful, then I'm extremely happy that you guys are hanging out in this virtual world with me. And if there's ever anything you guys want to talk about, honestly, I'm probably not the person for that. I'm a random guy on the internet, and my emotional wellness, it's not even saying it's in question, is that I am emotionally really damaged and fucked up. I am probably not the person to be giving you any sort of advice. But just know that if any of you out there are going through anything, I really hope it gets better for you. And I want all of you out there to be happy and safe. And I really wish you all the best. I want you guys, I hope that you are happy, safe, loved, and that things go well for you. And heck, if you have any goals like being better at a guitar or drawing or singing, all that, I hope you do good at it. And heck, even if you're terrible singing it like I am, I still want to try to encourage you guys to sing karaoke too. Heck, I made a parody video once called All the Neckos Are Meowing for Head Pats. It's, like I said, I am really, really cringy. But I thought it was kind of a funny video I did. But yeah, I never planned to make a cent. I'm actively against ever making a cent off this channel. Granted, I'm not rich and I probably could use the money, but I don't want to make money off this. I don't want it to have anything. I don't want this channel to have anything to do with making money or trying to get sponsors or any of that stuff. And like I said, I don't knock anyone else for doing that. I think that's awesome if other people make money from it. Heck, there's this one streamer, he has this thing, like his little custom notifications, where it says, like, anytime he gets $100, it says, like, the Disturbed thing, 10,000 bits in the air. And every time that happens, I like put my fist in the air, like, yeah, that's awesome. Like, I'm cheering the person on because someone else gave them money. Like, it has nothing to do with me. But I'm cheering them on, like, yeah, that's awesome, good for you. And that's awesome. But for me, I just want to make these videos. At least I've had a few days off because of 4th of July and stuff. That's nice. Part of me considered just starving myself this week, eating like a can of chicken a day. And instead, I had a pizza, some cookies, and some soda and stuff. More so just, I've been trying to sleep a little bit, and I've really just been trying to enjoy my week and relax and play some video games. I played a decent amount of Street Fighter, so not any good at it, but I had fun. I'll have more fun as I play more. But yeah, I just like making these videos, and even if I continue not having anyone watch any of these videos, that's fine. I just like making these videos to make these videos. And if there are people out there, like I said, I'm never going to make a cent off of it. Granted, YouTube does put ads on my videos that do get a decent amount of views sometimes. I don't know who's making money off of that, but I guess YouTube is entitled to make money. I mean, I do post videos on their site, and it's not like I have to pay them for it. It's a free service. Heck, I know at some point I want to make a YouTuber model. I keep procrastinating on that. But I'm just using the Vroid Studio, so I'm just going to be making the basic default free model. Like I said, this is just a hobby. It's not a business thing for me. It's not a job. I would never want it to be. I just want to make these videos and talk. I just need to be able to talk. I don't want to ever make a cent from it. It's not what I want. I just like making these unprofessional videos. Nothing's polished, nothing's edited. Unless I come across a game that actually shows a bunch of tits and cocks everywhere. Then I gotta, at least do some sort of blur window or something over it. Because I at least try to abide by the YouTube policies. I mean, I don't have to worry about demonetization or any of that stuff, but I do still try to follow certain rules, like avoid cussing too much, avoid being too lewd, or showing nudity or sex, or episodes of an anime or something. I think for the most part I follow the rules of YouTube. At most I might listen to a song on the radio or something during some of the videos in the past, but that's just because I like the music better than sometimes, especially with the Isaac videos. I did 1,000 Isaac videos. And eventually you just get tired of listening to the same music over and over again. You want to listen to something new, something different. You want to draw. I want to enjoy making the videos. But yeah, I like being able to just not have to filter what I say. To be able to, granted, there's still a lot of things. I made 2,500 videos. Granted, there are some videos that YouTube has had me pull down, but I know there's at least been a few hundred videos I've made that I recorded, and then I wound up deleting them and never uploading them. Just because I got way too personal during the videos. But it was still nice to be able to talk about certain things. It's still funny, the very first karaoke video I had no intention of uploading initially when I started it. I just thought I'd record a quick little thing to actually hear how I sound when I sing. Then after singing a few songs I decided, I'm having fun singing, and even if I'm bad, I want to share it with people. Maybe other people, even if they don't feel very confident in their ability to sing, maybe I'd encourage them to express themselves and to listen to music and sing and maybe feel better emotionally themselves. I don't know. I'm just rambling on. I should get back to the game.
Sooner or later, you'll understand that I have your best interests at heart. Hopefully sooner.
How sweet. Now be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free.
Why do you sound condescending in that? Well, at this point, I shouldn't just waffle around. We've already made our decision. And while she is a little bit condescending, royalty, she's probably used to being that way, I guess. I don't know. I don't think I've ever actually met royalty in real life. Not that there's probably that much royalty out there anymore, because we're not really in a monarchy. Most places are democracies. What would even be the closest equivalent to that in natural days if you're not talking about, I don't know, people that are rich, I guess? I don't know, are people even rich anymore? says the man who works in a factory for a living. Okay, let's see how I break you out.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
I mean, given the links, if there's a crack in one of the links, maybe I could put the knife in there and use it like a fulcrum.
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
Why are you, enunciating your words as if you're trying to force me in a corner that, you have to kill her?
I'm guessing you don't have the key.
Do you know where the key would be? I don't even see a keyhole.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Okay, do blacksmiths exist in this world? They can have someone make a key.
Well, you
What?
don't have that big, sharp knife.
But words came up on the side. I didn't get to read it. I didn't get to read the words. What is happening? Why am I on a... I didn't... Are you, advising I save? Is that what's being incurred here? You're, saying, hey, maybe you should save. I appreciate it, but I'm, a little thrown off at this. We'll start at 5. But yeah, there were words there, and I didn't get to see them. History. I feel like I need to blow my nose, but I don't want to because I'll be like, okay, I'm going to put the headphones over here. Maybe you guys won't hear it. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully you guys didn't hear that. Let me double check OBS. Okay. Yeah, if there were words, I think it was just options for me to... How do I... Return? Wee! Backgrounds! Okay, I'm easily entertained. I'm sorry.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free.
Okay, I think you're rushing this, princess. Okay, maybe I can't break the chain, but maybe the thing that hooks the chain to the wall, maybe I can damage that. Obviously the steel is very strong, but it's hooked to rocks. I could break rocks eventually. I could scratch that down with the knife. It might take days, but it's better than cutting you.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
It's a wooden door.
Is someone else here? You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
Okay, it's hooked to a rock wall. I can...
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
What, do they have fucking closed
knife.
caption cameras?
Pick it up and cut me out of here.
Okay, like I said, it would take us days, mind you. Like I said, I'll never be able to cut through the chains. But here's the thing. I whittle away at the rocks, holding the metal part that holds the chain to the wall by cutting into the wall. And then it might take days or maybe even a week, but you've been down here for a while. So obviously there's something for us to eat or something to survive on. I don't know. I'm just saying it might take days, but I can cut through the wall and then we'll just get a wheelbarrow or something. I'll just walk behind you carrying the part of the wall. We'll just have to drag the chain with us. I don't need to cut you.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Yeah, there will be blood. I don't want... But both these options involve a knife stabbing into her. Won't she just die of infection? I don't even know if ibuprofen exists in this world. Do antibiotics exist? Or am I just gonna give her hey, here's a bunch of pomegranates and garlic? Because apparently a lot of that in large doses counts as an antibiotic, but I wouldn't trust my life with it.
A
Ah!
You place the blade against the princess's...
How are you not reacting?
Massive, unyielding chain.
Why wouldn't we cut closer to the fucking... Okay, guys. Just because we're making a rash decision doesn't mean we have to do it poorly. Like, how are we going to cut through the bone? And even then, even if it's a really sharp knife. Okay, first off, what if we just, like, broke her hand and then slid it through the chain? Yes, it will still hurt, but she could, like, have her hand in a cast later, and it's better. And if we had to cut, like, why not just cut off, like, part of her thumb or something, enough to fit the hand through there? Or at least cut the other side of the thing, so we at least only cut off the hand, as opposed to half her fucking arm. Also, why aren't we tying a tourniquet? She's gonna bleed to death.
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stud of her arm through the iron gauntlet.
I would be definitely crying and bitching the whole time.
Didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the
Why are you bleeding to death?
Fierce gaze meeting your eye.
I don't have alcohol to sanitize that or act as a, anesthetic.
How is she so composed after losing an arm?
I'll be honest.
She isn't even bothered by it.
There's times I've lost a significant amount of blood. Do you know what happened to me? I got lightheaded. I was dizzy. It was hard to be balanced. Also, it fucking still hurt. Plus, it tends to make your whole body shake and parts of you becomes more pale. Granted, the pale...
Now let's get out of here.
How are we gonna break through the door?
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her...
Oh right, I remember. You like Majin Buu.
No.
Majin Vegeta possessed
Let
me.
her escape into the world.
I forgot about this, narrator. You're a dick. Fuck
As
you,
the
man.
princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Am I really old? Why do I have long fingernails? Also, do I have leprosy? What is occurring here? Why is my arm the way it is?
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
How are you controlling me? Woo, look, squeaky. Again, stay focused.
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
How do we deal with the ghost
The
person?
body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me! I am trying to get you out of here alive.
You could be nicer about it. I still, my free will is important here.
Blade. Move the blade.
Am I holding like a leak of green onions in my hand? Or is it like, what? Why is there grass? Oh, that's the hilt to the blade. Still, like, what's going on with my arm?
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
On the one hand, I appreciate the concern for my well-being, but can you find a way that doesn't involve killing me?
Steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Again, what is going on in my hands?
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
You could sound at least a little bit more remorseful.
Then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
Were you in an Assassin's Creed game?
Her face
Were you the
remains
person who managed to
unchanged.
defeat
She watches you
Kratos?
collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck.
I do feel like this art style has got
is the
more
end.
things added.
Isn't it?
This is a well-made
Friend,
game.
it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
It wasn't, but it was still the right thing to do. Okay. I don't remember.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Okay.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. A warning before you go any further.
What's up?
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink. Did you just say wink out loud? No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the print.
Okay.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat.
This is
more
different.
Like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows.
I don't remember
reminding
this.
That this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Okay.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Gotcha. Yeah, what's up with the mirror?
Definitely did not. Does the mirror not count as furniture of note to you? Because it should. There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Can the narrator not see the mirror?
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. I think you know what we have to do.
Is there a way to save? What do we hear in case there's like maybe paying attention to the mirror is bad? I don't know. Right. Why was my arm the way it was? He doesn't want me to see myself.
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done?
Yeah, what's up with my arm? Also, you look at the cursor.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Okay.
This really isn't funny.
Oh, it's dirty.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
I'm hallucinating it. But I can definitely see my arm. And something's wrong with
But
my
it was
arm.
there a second ago. And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
I wonder if I had looked at it right away, if it wouldn't have disappeared. Should have saved before, I guess.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
Okay. And like I said before, it'd definitely be a good idea to watch the original video.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone
Oh!
staircase.
This actually looks less
Flames
terrifying
sputtering
than the
torches
previous
attempt to
version.
vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stones.
And like I said, people are like, oh, we want to see the animated
If the
backgrounds.
princess lives
My
there,
computer
slowly,
can't handle it.
maybe it'll
OBS
be
can't
worth it.
handle it. I can try in the future. If you guys say you want us to try to see the animated backgrounds, I can try that in the future, but I don't think I don't think I can do it.
Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
That's at least more inviting.
I wonder what visitors she could be referring to. Were we not the first?
Or does she remember me from the past? I mean, I remember me from the... That's a lot more chains!
Eyes with the princess. She looks up at you. The heavy collar...
Dear fucking God!
Loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
Yeah, this is definitely new. I have no memory of this.
Should we be worried about the one around her neck?
Yeah, we can't cut her out of that. Dear fucking God. I was complaining before about her not having pillows and stuff. How does she have any... fucks?
Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
Am I missing an arm? Because originally there were 2 chains, and only one arm was chained for her. Except for that one is broken. Was I originally... am I the prince? Am I a prince? Were we both initially chained up there? And I broke out somehow? Either through strength or something? Was I also chained up there at one point?
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Why do you seem more despondent? What do you mean to be continued? Great, I understand it's still a demo, but still. Continue. Okay, obviously I need to try to look at the load game. We'll go back here.
Wow, you do have that big
She speaks. We were stuck down here for long enough. You would... Some...
Turn to bottom
Make
stairs.
it easier for everyone.
I heard the knife.
You
Save.
cut the blade as she didn't so much as free. How is she?
Thank you.
No.
Approach.
As the princess. Wait, this isn't fair. Watch me.
Try not to accidentally. Okay, warn.
Stop that.
I thought that...
Your body. Stop.
Resist.
The blade. Move.
You're doing... I'll make this...
She steps forward.
Maybe
Okay.
I'll see...
And then she slits her face. This is the end. I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Okay.
Your honor, you're here.
Proceed to cabin.
A warning. She will... Yeah. Did you... No, I did. Just take...
So this time we'll just look at the mirror immediately.
The only fair... The...
Oh, last time I said I mentioned the mirror, and then I said, but why would you not lie about the mirror? And this would still give him a chance to hide the mirror. But if I just approach the mirror and I don't say anything, he won't have the chance to...
Walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin. But there was a mirror, and now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled.
Okay, we
Maybe
leave.
he'll be back.
We leave the knife behind this time.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputter her voice, harsh.
Is that a visitor I hear?
You shouldn't have come down here unarmed. I wonder what visitors she could be referring to. Were we not the first? You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves, the chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap. Should we be worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place
Yeah, I think I was a
seems to
prince.
serve a distinct purpose.
And then
Be something so obvious.
I was chained up. We were both chained by one arm.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? I'm sure the two of us have quite a bit to talk about.
Okay. Can I skip? Right. Going straight to load. Did I save last time? Did I make the new save? No, I did not. 5. No.
Well, you do have...
She speaks. If we were stuck down here for long enough, you attempt to make your way out. Is someone else? Your shouts and pleas are met. You're here. You try the door. I'll repeat myself once again. You make your way back to the bottom. Easier for her. Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. The knife. Pick...
You won't.
Okay, this time I guess we'll save you.
Again, you cut into the blade. Is she doing so much as us? How is she?
Thank you.
No, we won't. As the princess of... Wait, watch me.
Okay, I warned you the first time.
Stop that.
I thought this...
Your body.
This
Stop.
time we'll just let it.
Thank you. You swing your arm towards her throat, the blade singing through the air, but she's ready for it. She grabs your arm, her grip like a stone vice. You drop the blade. Pathetically. She lets go, and faster than you can react, rears back and hits you with a bone-shattering haymaker.
Ah, Mike Tyson would be proud.
You're fairly certain you can feel bone grinding against bone where she fractured your jaw, but your body isn't allowing you to feel much right now. Adrenaline coursing through your system and numbing your nerves. You fall to your knees. You're barely able to bring your trembling arms up to defend yourself before she hits you again. Every blow is as punishing as the first. You feel
I do have a left
shatter
arm.
with every impact, unknown ruptures blossoming with blood somewhere inside of you.
You poor thing. I'll go ahead and put you out of your misery.
She places a confident heel on your chest and pushes you down to the ground. Her knee falls to your throat, your windpipe crushed beneath a weight you didn't think her slight form could possibly possess. It can't just end like this, right? I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
I don't remember the tower either.
You're on a path in the... You're here to... A warning. She will lie. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist.
I mean, honestly, getting your ass kicked does.
You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included. I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be. If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
Okay.
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose
Mirror
than its
again.
humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Why do I have to go up a ladder to get to it?
The blade is your implement.
But it's up top of a ladder!
Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
Maybe I'm not a prince, maybe I'm a puppy.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement. What are you talking about? This isn't a... You reach forward and rub your hand. We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
Okay. Okay, take blade.
Take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
What, is she gonna be a giant? How did I open that door? It looks so fucking heavy.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment,
At least it smells nice.
feel at ease.
So what kind of smell?
This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
On the one hand, I would like a little bit more tact and honey in the voice than what we are receiving. At the same time, I'm okay with height differences when it comes to beautiful women. Like Milm, like I'd be okay with a girl who's shorter than me, like Milm from Reincarnated from the Slime. In the same regard, Lady Dimitrescu, her personality is a complete fucking bitch and horrible, but definitely be okay with a 9 foot tall, super busty, you know, just saying, 4 foot to 12 foot, it doesn't really matter. Like I said, Dimitrescu, main thing I didn't like was, the blood and the violence and the really bitchy personality. But I'd be okay with a 9 foot tall, lovey-dovey, doting, caring, sweet, affectionate woman who's just about twice my size.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her.
He's a little too
Should
eager.
we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there.
Here's a question, Princess. Do you care that I'm up here having conversations with myself?
It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the
I
decision.
have other voices in my head that are me and voices in my head that are not me.
They get you to the princess.
The quest of the schizophrenic hero.
Making your way down the spiral staircase.
I definitely
is a
don't remember this at all.
time-consuming
This is
and
definitely brand new.
exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond.
Okay. Holy shit!
Almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass.
Are you able to fly?
Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
You at least have a window.
That isn't what she looked like last time. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You've brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
Okay, definitely should make a save. Because we're trying to 100% the game, even though it's still a demo. Tighten
As
grip.
if on command, the blade slips from your grasp.
Didn't I tighten my grip?
It clatters uselessly to the floor. But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip
Yeah.
it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade.
Okay, last time you used supernatural power to fucking possess me to make me do something against my will. Now you can't use it to help me do what I want to do?
Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence.
I'll be honest, she's still not necessarily our enemy, but if we had to fight her, I mean, we could just take her from the ankle first.
Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
There are so many things yeah.
Kneel.
It's already hard to see you. Yeah, I'm not kneeling.
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
Finish the demo with the tower. Cool. Load. Fine. We will go all the way back this way. That way I don't lose whatever progress. Load game. Okay.
The blade slips from your fingers, and we didn't have to do that. And yet you did. She's so much more. Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better.
Kneel.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connected.
We didn't have to land hard! We could have taken our time! I don't want to hurt my knees. The ground's really, really hard.
That's
And it's
my
cold.
little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
Okay, what if I just don't bring the knife? There's a lot of people that worked on this. Am getting a headache, though.
That's because there's death. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are. It would only make things worse. For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror, so no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage any time in the near future. Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal.
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
Probably. Do you not know what we look like? He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us. Please don't. I'd rather the princess kill us again than see how dreadful we are. I care less about what we look like and more about whether we're being lied to. If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us? I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so mean? It's real. You reach forward and we should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left no blade this time. Yeah. Maybe she'll be more receptive if we're unarmed. Blade, no blade. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing... It's still a stone basement. Her booming voice rolls.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
You weren't kid. You shouldn't need to get down there. She wants us. Should we be worried? It doesn't matter what that little voice said. Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort. Ever the princess towers over you, almost glowing in the wheat. That isn't what she looked. The chain is nothing to her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. I see your hands are empty. You've already given up, haven't you?
I can take you with my bare hands!
You aren't even going to try and kill me. How sweet.
Well, technically I didn't want to last time.
And more than a little disappointing.
Oh, come on!
She's...
I can still take you!
In us?
Kneel.
But the words don't leave your mouth. Instead...
That's my good little...
Though it does make me curious. Well, I don't need to hear what that one, the skeptic, would have said about the mirror, but at least would have had something to say about it. Load. I could just kill you right away.
Well,
when I get the
you
option.
do have that big, sharp...
She speaks. We were stuck down here for long enough. I'm sure you attempt to... Someone... You shout. You try... You make your easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what... Without hesitation, you bring the blade down. The princess flinches as you strike and your weapon sinks into her shoulder.
I don't think there's any vital organs in the shoulder, guys.
You bastard. If I have to kill you to leave this place, I'll do it.
Do you hear the conviction in her voice? Do you see that razor sharp...
We did just stab her.
We have the upper hand, but... It's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's unarmed and there's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure. Don't waver now. As you raise your blade to strike again, she kicks out, knocking your legs out from under you. The two of you struggle on the ground. You lash out with the blade, slicing wherever you can. Her fists connect with your body again and again, each blow stronger than the last, shattering bone and rupturing tissue with reckless abandon. Forget trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got. You roll out of her grasp and shakily push yourself back to your feet. Though every inch of you is in pain, the princess probably has it worse. Blood pours out from countless gashes, staining her once pristine dress. We can still turn this around.
I should probably save.
You steel your resolve and take another step towards the princess. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? What was that about not making it out of here alive? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now. Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do
organs shouldn't be bouncing.
Internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
The two of you fall to the floor.
This was fun. You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
I really do think they improved the voice acting since last time.
There it is again. That razor-sharp look.
If you guys have listened to part 1, is it just... Is the voice acting the same as it was last time? Or is it really different? I think it's better.
But you don't have the time to watch.
But I like that I have a memory of a a different version of the voice acting that may or may not actually exist. Why are you giving me the option to save? Nothing's...
Everything goes black, and you die.
Adversary, huh? Wonder if this is another possibly new one?
You're on a path. You're here.
If you're wondering why I haven't checked this stuff, I know I've already done these things. But if you would like me to do another part where I do go through all this stuff, then again, if that's the case, I might have to do a live stream or something at some point. I don't know if I do it on Twitch or YouTube, I don't know. Undecided.
A warning. She will lie.
Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
Are you sure about that? The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. We clear?
Crystal. Let's just get on with it already.
I know like a lot of those early options I went through my first time playing. In fact,
The cabin is tighter than its exterior would suggest. Its cold stone walls press in on you, as if trying to forcefully direct you towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting there, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Music is...
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
Oh, stop bickering and just get on with it. Who even cares if there's a mirror?
I care less about that and more about whether I'm not lying to you. You walk up to the wall. This really isn't... You reach forward and rub your hand. It was there a second,
And now it's gone, so all of us can stop arguing about it and get to fighting.
Okay. Let's make an extra save, just so I can avoid doing a bunch of things over and over. Okay, taking the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Okay.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone.
If this is all they added with
its
just an
walls
update, that's
pressing
an
at your
additional
sides
demo,
and tightening as you
then
descend.
what is the full game going to be like?
The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulfuric odor to it. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
What, is she going to look more demonic?
Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
Is this the WWE? You know, given the way the princess, I know it's not AI or this, but it's almost like if we were existing on a computer. Each interaction with the princess, it changes based off my reaction. It's like an AI adapting. It's a mixture of what does it take to either win or make new confrontations for someone, but also it's like if you were to have, say, an AI romantic partner. It's adapting to be what it thinks you want. In this situation, it sees that you are seeking a challenge or a fight, like you're a damn Saiyan. Hell, I know there's times that people have done AIs to have them like play Mario Brothers 2, and then the AI gets better and better at controlling Mario to play the game better. But it's almost like the opposite. It's like the human player is playing Mario Brothers, and then what happens is, whether it's Mario 1, Mario 3, this would actually be a really interesting idea, and could be a lot of fun, is that what if you had Rob, of Mario Brothers 1 or Mario Brothers 3 or Super Mario World. And the way the game worked is that the AI did nothing initially. The AI just simply let you say, play Super Mario World. And of course, you'd probably lose quite a bit yourself as is. But let's say the AI was recording and watching you play each level, and it actually let you play the whole game through repeatedly over and over. And then after 7 attempts of playing the game, the AI then starts adjusting things to try to change the difficulty. Like, to make custom levels based off of what it sees. Like, okay, what would be challenging for you? What do you enjoy? How do you react to different stimulus? How can you add new elements to the game? How can you rearrange them?
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess.
As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight.
Okay.
As you descend the final
She is!
step, the form of the princess comes into view.
This is very
A large
claustrophobic.
hat leading from her wrist to the basement wall. Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
Oh, it's you again. I'd been hoping you'd find your way back here.
Yeah, it's like an AI algorithm adjusting
for
to something.
either of us. And you brought your little knife, too. Yes.
Do I change every time we come back? Or do I stay static? Like, am I changing too?
I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
I don't need the knife. I can still take you. I can win. I can still win that fight even without the knife. All I gotta do is get her in a haymaker and full Nelson. I'll be honest, I really don't have a fighting instinct with that. I see her and I'm like, hey, can we just like drink some Pepsi and cuddle and watch anime? Yeah, I'd rather just cuddle and watch anime.
No knife this time. Right then.
Yeah, fisticuffs. I mean, yeah, if we gotta fight her, we can still kick her ass
Feel like we
without
cheated
the
our way
knife.
to a win.
But you know what? I'm just saying, we don't need the knife.
As long as you can still get the job done.
I'd rather...
Don't forget that the blade is
be a
waiting
lover than a
upstairs
fighter.
if you happen to change your mind.
She is very, very hot. So, I mean, we don't have to fight, but if it comes to it,
The door
we
to
can
the
win, but...
basement creaks open. Her fierce voice.
Is that enough?
This isn't what she sounded like. Good. As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let the bloodlust get to your head. As you descend the final step, looks like she could rip those chains out.
Oh, it's you again. I'd been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't... But no little knife this time, huh?
I don't need it.
Ugh. I hope you're not just here to chat. I've been itching for a rematch.
Actually, cuddling would be nice, but... I can still take you. But yeah, do I change every time? Also, if this is all just still a demo, then what's it going to be like when there's a fully finished game? What is preferences? Oh right, I already looked at this earlier. Sorry, my memory sucks. Load. That just leads back to that. That goes to here. About here. That's the tower. What if I just
But you
don't
don't
go
have the
back
time
right
to
away?
worry over her. Everything goes black.
I know
Your honor, you're here.
We can't just leave. We're supposed to fight her. Where are you going?
Seriously? You're just going to turn around? Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cat. Strange. You're really keen. Your silence is deafening. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
I guarantee you that every second you spend running away is time she's going to use to get stronger. Just get in there already.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one. And at first, it's little flickers, but as you focus on
Damn
your
it.
surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers in every direct way, you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility. You've doomed us all. You know that, right? You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping.
Okay, so I've already tried that. Everyone's like, you're skipping dialogue. I read it before. This is nothing new. If you want me to try to go through it slower, let me know. Maybe I'll do some sort of scheduled stream at some point. Even though I don't think there's anything new that I would be doing. Okay, we'll start from the top and we'll just
Your honor, you're here.
do the task we're supposed to do.
You make your way up. Warn her. We're not going to ignore. The interior of the cabin is almost the blade. You take the door to the base. Her voice.
Who's there?
She said, "Don't let it fool you." Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk. She's focus on the task.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
I don't like being pushed on stuff. I'm more
Do you see
likely
the razor
to actually
sharpness in
attack
her
you
gaze?
for it.
I don't think she's bluffing.
I am much easier to convince with niceties than I
She's
am
unarmed.
with any kind of
If you
threat or
hesitate now, it'll
intimidation.
be too late. End
That's the thing, I
this.
usually have not the response people expect with that.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh, this is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
There it is again. That razor-sharp look in her eyes and the terrifying conviction in her words.
How many times have we been through this?
Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? really over.
I should make a save. Yep, she did.
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad.
Oh yeah, true.
But it was for the greater good.
Says
One of these days
the
that will
disembodied
sink in
voice.
and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here. You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere months ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of space. What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
So, do I have video games? Do I have something to eat? Is there a comfortable bed? I can't just go down and use the corpse of the princess as a pillow. That'd be a little bit inappropriate. But everything else is made out of rocks.
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity. Your reward. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right? Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess. More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning. Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voices, please, fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Yay! I saved everyone! Even though there's literally a picture there of the person that died. But I mean, she can't resurrect if, you know, I'm still there preventing the resurrection, so hypothetically she's saved because she doesn't have to be stuck in a dungeon anymore. Alive. Load game.
It's over. You could check her sleeves if you want, but I can assure you that there's nothing hidden up there.
That being said, she really doesn't have much of a sleeve. It's more of an
We
expression.
should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse?
Yeah,
I
she could-
really don't think you should do that.
Why?
And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us?
She gonna like lunge up like she's a zombie?
I told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead.
Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from it.
I don't know, it wouldn't have killed Perfect Cell.
You lean down and place your hand against her neck, holding your breath as you search for a
Okay, I wouldn't expect you to check the
even
jugular
though
vein.
you
I thought we
know
were checking her
you're not going to
wrist.
find one. We definitely won't if you keep talking. I'm sorry, do you want her to be alive?
I
You
just want to be
saved the
certain.
world from annihilation. Why are you suddenly trying to call that into question? Wait, what was that?
How? The purpose of a heart is to be the pump. Are you a Time Lord?
You know what?
Do you have two hearts?
That was the sound of a heartbeat, followed by another, and another.
Why are you also
I
surprised?
guess I won't be dying alone after all.
Well, I need to jump the fuck back away from you.
Something sharp digs into your side, the shock of it sending your nerves into a pained frenzy.
The knife is in your chest. Where did you get another one?
Let's get out of here.
Stop
too late.
stabbing me with whatever you
Around
have.
as the mortally wounded princess twists a blade of her own deeper between your ribs.
Fuck! I need
As
those
she
to
falls,
live.
She falls with you, exhausted by the effort, the little life that was left in her eyes fading rapidly.
An eye for an eye. A life for a life. I guess we're even now. See you around.
Okay, we're gonna do this on, because I remember there being another path of this. So go here. So we'll finish this alternative path and the other ones before we go back to the other thing, where I think she becomes a ghost person.
You were so close. Why did you hesitate? It doesn't matter. At least you managed to take her with you, for whatever that's worth.
Okay,
Everything
that
goes dark.
was
And you-
definitely new. But dying's inconvenient. The razor. This is definitely new.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to
I can assure you that you didn't. If he doesn't remember... are we sure we don't want to turn around and hightail it out of here? I really don't want to be stabbed to death again. Stabbed to death? Well, you won't have to worry. But that's exactly what you told us last time. You said this whole thing... Calm down. I assure you she has no weapon. Those are two very different questions, but fine. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to. We mostly listened to you. How were we supposed to know she'd spring back to life? If she sprung back to life in this hypothetical scenario. Congratulations, you've been given a chance, and I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Were they good consequences?
You mean, of course there weren't any consequences. We stabbed the princess stabbed us, and now everyone's right back to where they
Yeah, nothing changed at all.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world in time? Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left? Who cares what happened to everyone else? We should do what we can to save ourselves, and just get out of here. You
It's a lot of meta.
realize that everything and everyone includes you, right? We were so close to fin- That's the spirit.
Okay.
Just be quick about it. Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably... And don't get stabbed. Please?
Yeah, I suppose I'm like, I could take more time, but I don't want the long video to be super, super, super long.
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. She just can. Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but Oh, of course you're special. Being special didn't stop us from getting killed. I've told you everything you need to know. Going into... You didn't tell us about her knife. That's because she's unarmed. And more than... Great. A warning. She will... No, we can't go in there. Do either of you feel sick? Because I feel sick just thinking about that place. We're going to die again.
Yeah, I mean, I would be very... I'd be feeling the same way, man.
It's good to be careful, but you're really not helping with all that talk about death and dying.
Define help.
Agreed. Just ignore that clown and stay focused.
I'm definitely gonna take some Tylenol after I'm done making the video. My head hurts a lot. What
The interior of the
the
cabin is a jagged
fuck?
mix of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture
What the
of note
fuck even
is a
causes
table
this?
With a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I think we need a carpenter or something. It's not even an issue like age. It's like something... What the fuck? Yeah?
Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this. That's because there isn't a mirror.
Why did you sound so unsure?
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. Can you two stop arguing? It's stressful enough in here without all of this noise. I care less about that, and I'm not...
Okay.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door.
There's gotta be one of these where the mirror's actually real,
Isn't
right?
much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand. It was there. Now it's gone. For the love of everything, can we just get this over with already? All this waiting is killing me.
Okay, well... Oh, right, I can see my date there. September 10th of 2020. Oh, so it's almost been a full year since I played this. Not half a year, it's almost been a full year. Holy crap. That is certainly a drastic change. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. Okay. Holding it feels a little better. Maybe we can make it through this.
Oh, my little cursor's holding the blade too. That's cool. Music's...
The door to the basement creaks.
Okay, I don't want to splinter!
These stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall. The
Okay.
air seeping up from below has an almost metallic
Metallic?
to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Honestly, this is the first time I really strongly agree with that. This is...
That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head. Her grating voice carries...
Grating?
tears.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
Well, that's one of the less threatening ones. That's definitely... not pleasant.
Something wrong with that voice. I can hear her bloodlust.
My head hurts so much. I'm having a hell of a
As you
fucking
descend
migraine.
the final step, the
That
form
face
of
is not what I
Princess
expected to
Anne's
see.
Her sharp eyes following you from across.
My head hurts so fucking bad. I might have to take 2 Tylenol.
I wonder if she remembers us.
Okay, you guys hold on here. I gotta go grab a Tylenol. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm back, guys. I got 500 milligrams of extra strength Tylenol and a energy drink. It says it has several hundred, 300 milligrams of caffeine in it, so that tastes good. Maybe that'll help. Don't worry, I'll sip the energy drink so I'm not overdoing the caffeine. The Tylenol should help. My head hurts so much. That smile is definitely... Why is part of the ceiling missing?
Finally, somebody. Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
From what?
We're not falling for it. She's tricking us. Can't you hear that threatening edge to her voice? She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down. Then it'll all happen.
Yeah, she is holding her arms behind her.
If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
Why are you sounding so facetious? What the fuck?! I wasn't expecting fucking Wolverine! I don't even know what the fuck we would do in that situation. I mean, literally, she's still at least held there by the, effing chain. So, though of course she could always cut off one of her arms to get closer to me, unless she could launch, maybe there's a gun in the other arm. I don't fucking know. Fuck. Okay, no knife this time.
Doing this without a weapon. You know she has one, right?
It's fine! It's not... we just gotta remove the other dagger out of her arm. It's not like it's, under... It's not like...
Again, I'd like to remind you that she's unarmed. But you're right.
Unarmed, you say?
If you had the blade. I hope you know what you're doing.
We got this, man.
The door to the basement. Yes, that's right. That sound could be her grating voice.
I hope you've come to rescue.
There's something wrong with that voice. I can hear her bloodlust. As you descend the final step, I wonder if she remembers us.
Finally, somebody.
We're not falling for it. She's tricking us. If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
I was hoping for some difference in dialogue there, but... Okay... What? Didn't I load it?
It's over. We should make sure.
I really don't and why shouldn't we? I've told you. You lean down and wrap your hand around the blade, but as you begin to slide it out of its resting place... What was that?
I guess I won't.
Quick, let's get out of here.
Okay, that's still the same thing. Nope, damn it, I'm trying to load a file.
It's over. We should make... I really... And why shouldn't... I've told... Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, why do I feel like we've done this? You did, but that... You opened the cabin door. Oh, what? Everyone...
Okay, should make a save.
What's done is done. This is what's best for everyone. Time passes. Psst. Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are? Good, because I have an idea to get us out of here, though you're probably not going to like it. The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this. I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare. How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it. In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever. I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy. If we die, you can yell at me all you want. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world?
Honestly, no, you could have given me more.
Place, you ingrate.
That's not helping me be on your side.
Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it. You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
Okay, I remember that. I don't know if it'll be anything different this time.
You're on a path in the woods, and you're here to slay it. I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, if he doesn't remember what happened, then that's fine. It wasn't very hard. Well, if for whatever... Oh, she will lie. She won't be a problem. The interior of the cabin.
Okay, I remember this, though last time there was no mirror.
The air. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
There isn't.
Who cares?
I care less about that, and I'm not... This really... You reach forward and rub your hand again. It was there,
And now it's gone.
Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly, it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
I should make a save. Run. 7. Okay. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the... The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body, lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay, she's definitely dead.
Yep.
It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. 2 deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous skeletal grin. And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
This has actually been the nicest one so far this playthrough.
Ghost! Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
Why? I'm not sure if it's supposed to be sarcasm or being sardonic. It's like, there's obviously a bit of flirtatiousness in the voice, but I'm not sure if it's meant to be sarcasm or if she's legitimately happy. Is she attracted to us, Frisk? Or is it literally just being sarcasm and she's just like, yeah, I bet you killed me, but now it's been thousands of years since you came back, and I'm just happy to talk to someone.
Like how you murdered me?
Okay, yeah, she's definitely pissed. Yep. She might be holding a grudge. She's definitely holding a grudge! Well, that's a new achievement. Because I remember there being a ghost before, but I think it was a very different ghost. Hopefully I still have... Yeah, I still have the video from the previous one. Like I said, you guys should have watched the other video first, but... Okay, definitely still holding a grudge. Wonder if there's any difference if I don't go down with a knife. If not, it probably will be in the future. Don't take knife.
The room below. Nobody's... As much as I appreciate... I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend... Okay. It's just like... Before you have 2 deep-set eyes. And finally, the Oh.
Oh, it's you. Like how you murdered...
But I don't have a knife this time. Didn't make a difference? Okay. Oh. Well, let's check this Steam page achievements. We have 13 out of 19 achievements, giving us 68%. Obviously, we already got the Spectre, the Razor. Let's actually look at these little pictures. The Spectre, that's a neat little ghost face. Razor is... She's got the blades there, but it's like... Yeah, it's a cool little face. Adversary is... The Tower, which is Tower of Demo. Trying to look at a mirror, prisoner. Alright. Manifesting a gun for my enemy to kill me with. I don't remember exact... Like, I know there's a few these achievements that I probably had to struggle to figure out how to do. Manifesting a gun. I can't believe you gave her a knife. Staring contest. Finish the staring contest. The princess. I tried so hard and got so far. A Linkin Park lyric. And it's got a picture of Gohan right before he went Super Saiyan 2. Did your best to resist, but man, it didn't even matter. More Linkin Park lyrics. Die at least 6 times across all princess souls. Nope. Start chapter 2 and get the fuck out of Dodge. Says heck, but you guys know. Good ending, you did it, you saved everyone. The real Slay of the Princess starts here. Die. Okay, so. Locked achievements. Finish the demo with the stranger ending. That's gotta be the one where she... It's also the nightmare ending. Okay, there's a stranger and nightmare. I don't really know the difference right now. Okay, so there's a damsel ending, a strange... Actually, let me double check my videos. A year ago. Oh, yeah, I see it right here, I think. Yep, 4 hours and 1 second exactly. September 10th. Yep. Apparently at 4:30 in the afternoons when I recorded it, according to that, I think. Yep, so I do have the original video for part 1. So yeah, definitely if you guys get the chance, let me know how did video 1 compare to this. But yeah, there's a damsel ending, a stranger ending, a nightmare ending, a witch ending. There's also something called I Can't Believe You Actually Did That. Why? With a question mark. Then there is the Beast ending. So we have 5 additional endings to get, as well as an achievement for doing something that's apparently very unexpected. OBS is working fine. We're 2 hours in. I'm not sure how long it's going to take to get the rest of this. Well, let's go for the... It's either going to be the stranger or the nightmare ending.
You're here.
Okay, this is going to be the one that I remember the very first time I played this, I went this route. I just didn't want to kill anybody, and, well,
Seriously?
it was
Just
very,
going to turn around and leave.
very unnerving what happened.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
I think the Tylenols helping a little bit. My head still hurts, though. I think normally it takes 25 minutes for Tylenol to metabolize in the body, so it really shouldn't be kicking in yet. I don't know, maybe I'm just distracted enough by the game to not pay attention to the pressure behind my eyes.
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
In fact, the more I pay attention, the more it hurts again.
That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all. You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. Killing is such a gauche phrasing and completely ignores the bigger picture. Your task is to slay the princess, because she's terrible and she's really got it coming to her. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for soup. There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now. And here we go. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner, but as you focus on yours in every way, you're too stubborn for that. You've doomed us all. You know that, right? You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly
Okay, The Stranger. And I think I have seen this one before, but I think they probably updated the graphics.
You're on a path.
And again, I know we could have the background being animated right now, but my computer and OBS can't handle that.
Cabin. You're here to slay her.
Is there a giant wall in the background?
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience. He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet. And you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead. A terrible sense if he doesn't remember. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows. He might have walled if by rule. The world has. You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging. A warning. She will. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
Yeah. Because like I said, last time I played this, this was the path I did first, because I just wanted to avoid killing anyone. And
He's just being
that was
for the
perhaps
sake of it.
the most terrifying and unnerving ending I remember in the entire video. So it's good that we got that one out of the way as the very first one.
Keep an open mind.
Heck, that's part of the reason why I'm doing that one now. It's like this one, like I don't want to put it off anymore. But also part of me is like, oh, did they think of something more?
The interior of the cabin is odd. The air smelling faintly of plastic.
This
The
is
wood
very
walls
sterile.
Together at uncomfortable angles. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table, its legs all the wrong lengths. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? I, for one, would rather have it. We don't really know what we're dealing with here. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise?
So the music's gotten the most unnerving so far this video.
We should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun? You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror. There's death. There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to... We shouldn't waste... I'm not lying. So we're all in agreement then. You walk up to the wall. It's really... You reach forward and rub your... It was there a second ago. And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
Okay, let's make a save. I'll save over this one this time. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the
there's
table.
enough programmed into the game.
It
for
will
any
be difficult
difference.
to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Okay, fine, you took the knife. But you really shouldn't hold it like that. Then how are we supposed to hold it?
Yeah.
The other way. Thumb at the bottom. Will look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom.
But I'm more likely to accidentally stab myself walking.
It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
Why does this matter? Yeah, Mike,
You keep your grip the way it is. Your task awaits.
why does that matter? Throw the plate out the window. Oh, so many funny options. Oh no, the part I've
The
been
door to
dreading.
the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase built from an unidentifiable and featureless material. The steps barely seem to fit together, and upon closer inspection, they barely seem to go anywhere at all, let alone down. The air here has an almost artificial quality to it, the scent of plastic from the cabin mingling with a cocktail of chemical odors. If the princess really lives here,
Wait,
slaying
you
it
mean it
would
has a
probably
smell of
be her
formaldehyde?
Her voice carries up the stairs.
You know, technically
its
it doesn't have a
multi-tonal
smell, it's a
note
thing
adding
that
to
you...
the already uneasy atmosphere.
I don't want to push the A button.
Hello. Is someone there?
Okay. Well, it is interesting the tone you went with this. I'll say this. In the original version, the way the cabin was designed for this alternative path, as well as the way the text was, as well as the voice acting, and at least this should be the thing that's easiest for everyone out there to compare, is that, while that isn't exactly settling what I just heard, I'll tell you this. The alternate music, the alternate background, the alternate text, font, and the way, most of all, the voice acting in the original version of this was much more unsettling.
This isn't what I expected her to sound like. What is she? Well, she's not a princess, that's for sure. She is a princess. Don't let your imagination...
Now, I have a vague recollection of what she looked like last time.
Good. You're still listening to reason. It takes you a moment to orient yourself before you're able to start moving forward. As you enter the next
Okay,
room,
there
the form
is
of
some
the
differences
princess
between
comes into
last
view,
time.
her wrist bound to the far wall in heavy shackles. She locks eyes with you, one moving a little faster than
Mitty.
the other, the loose skin of her face stretching into something resembling a smile.
Is that company? We don't remember the last time we had company.
Holy shit. I don't know about you, but I'm sure glad we took that knife with us. I can't believe someone suggested you toss it out.
You
the
dick!
window.
That was
Can you
you!
imagine?
That was you, you son of a bitch!
Why are you just standing there? Are you scared of us?
How? Why is there a little sad face in the text? Nope, that's what I remember. Well, shit. But yeah, I do definitely remember the voice acting being very different last time. And I'll say this, while it wasn't settling in any way, definitely I feel the background, as well as the text and the voice acting, was much more, well, terrifying the very first time I played it, which apparently was almost a full year ago. Right now it's July, and that was September. Load. We will take the
You
blade.
take the... Okay, fine. How we the other way. It really doesn't...
Whole blade up.
Switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations. Yes! Isn't this so much better?
So fucking
You're right.
enthusiastic.
This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with it. The door to the air, her voice. This... well, she...
We're a princess, but we can also be a friend.
I will say this, the voice acting is not bad, and it definitely is interesting to have an alternative take. I like having different versions. But from what I remember, the original version in part 1, between the font of the text and the background picture and the music, and especially the voice acting, was much, much more scary last time. A year ago. But this is also good too. I like the difference. And of course, at any time people can go back and watch part 1, which they probably should have before watching this video. So they know what...
It takes you a moment to orient yourself before you're able to start moving forward. As you enter the next room, the four... She locks eyes with... Holy shit. I don't know...
Why?
Why must I keep doing this? It's like, hey, we want to see the options, but let's just keep going and going. It's like, oh, we have to keep looking at the thing.
The door to the air here has an almost... Her voice carries up... This... Well, she's not a princess. She is.
That sounds nice. We don't remember the last time.
And the one thing, I don't want to judge her for looks, depending on... Especially since I have very low self-esteem with mine. With my appearance, like, I'm overweight. I don't have enough muscle, and... Well, I'm not attractive.
It takes you a moment to orient yourself.
At the same time,
able to start moving forward.
I'd be lying to say that I didn't feel extraordinarily uncomfortable and
As you enter the
repulsed
next room,
at everything that
princess
is here.
comes into view. Her wrist, she locks eyes with you. One moving.
What can I say? I do like very pretty,
stretching into something
affectionate,
resembling a
soft, peaceful, lovey-dovey sort of stuff. And
If we knew she'd be like this, maybe we would have taken the knife.
Why?
I'm glad I don't need to go to bed anytime soon. And then again, at least I would be able to blame this for the insomnia. That's already a thing that exists no matter what. Dear God.
Okay, for how we... The other... It really... You switch... Yeah. Okay, it really doesn't matter. Haha, yes! Do it! Seriously?
I broke the fucking... Ha! That's that other
Close the
achievement.
blade at the window, the glass shattering as it flies out into the night. I suppose you'll just have to deal with the princess without a weapon.
I threw that thing really fucking hard.
Can't believe you actually did it. We'll be fine, don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? The world ends. Been there, done that. What's done is done. Good luck, hero. The door to the basement, the air, her voice. This... Well, she's not a princess. She is.
No, you shouldn't do that. Why would you hurt us when we can just be friends?
I mean, that's a valid point.
It takes you a moment to orient yourself before you're able to start moving forward. As you enter the next room, she locks eyes with you. Holy shit. If we knew she'd be like this, maybe we wouldn't have tossed that knife out the window.
Why?
And now we're redoing this again just so I can just say hi.
Oh, then the you can't. Will be. What's the door to the basement? The air. Her voice. This. Well, she.
Is that
Okay, the same thing we had last. Main menu. I think I remember there being a version where the ghost came up to the top floor. But I don't remember how that worked. What endings? Okay, so we did the unexpected thing. We have 15 out of 19 achievements. Okay, the damsel, nightmare, witch, and the beast. I remember the beast where she, like, became a werewolf at some point. And I think I remember the damsel... Yeah, I remember there being a nightmare thing. The witch, you know, it's spelled with 2-letter V's? For some reason? Though it says finish the demo with the witch ending, but... It's not a W up here, it's 2 capital V's. Okay, so... Start game.
You're on a path. You're here. That's the spirit. You make your way up the shore. A warning. She will... We're not going to ignore him. The interior of the blade is your... The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Yes, that's much more similar to what I remember being my very first... Well, not the very first, but...
It's hypnotizing.
It actually is a pleasing voice.
It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it.
I like ASMR, okay? I wonder if, like, the creator of this game is going to, like, listen to this video and be like, you know, maybe we should hire an ASMR person to actually do the video. My mind went to a very lewd place. Because, you know, of course I predominantly listen to just ASMR, but some of the stuff gets very lewd. Heck, some of it tends to have either femboy or futanari. That's... I don't think the creator of the game wants to go that route, because at that point we'd be approaching hentai territory. I mean, at the very least, you could just have part of the dress in the front, you know, a little more angular, pointing out. It's like you have gotten the femboy ending. You have gotten the futanari ending. I mean, there is already a furry ending, but still. It's not really meant to be erotic. Then again, we did have a tall, dommy mommy ending earlier. So... Creator of the game's like, what kind of fucking cursed channel is this? Like, I don't know! I know you're the one who made a horror game, but I'm making it worse by just being myself.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
It's not a lie, I mean, I didn't bring the knife. Saving you.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here
What
forever.
have you been eating the whole time, by the way?
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down.
Oh, that's like
and
actually
the princess.
nice.
There's a heavy chain around her wrist.
I mean, obviously shitty situation, but her face and demeanor is... I mean, there's nothing contentious about it.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Granted, appearances can be deceiving, but still, this is pleasing.
I am begging
You know,
to
minus the
stay
chains and everything
focused.
else.
There's a lot right.
You guys know what I mean.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever.
You actually sound very just nice to talk to.
I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
I unfortunately did not, but the knife can't do shit.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
Is that supposed to be another Linkin Park reference? Let's see what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
She's at least being nice to me. I know it's odd, but it's like I am... Like if the devil were to ever speak to me, the easiest way to get on my good side would be literally just to be polite and kind and meek and caring toward me. I respond very well to positive, anything. But usually if I get threatened or someone tries to intimidate me, it just pisses me off because it's just like... You're basically just, one, telling me I'm a little bitch, and two, trying to make me into being a little bitch, and it's like... Okay, you're threatening me, you're intimidating me, you're insulting me, you're disrespecting me. I mean, that's one big thing I've always disliked, the idea of do what you're told or you'll be punished. Do what I tell you or I'll hurt you. That just tends to piss me the fuck off. Because here's the thing, even if I was more likely to listen to a person, the moment they wind up pushing me in a way like that, the more I'm wanting to just push back against them. Just for sake, because at that point that's pissing me off.
No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even...
But I should be on your other side. Why is your eyes looking that way?
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
I don't think anyone has the key. They probably threw it in a Mount Mordor.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Yeah, they wouldn't know.
Whoever locked the princess away down here...
By the way, can you hear the voices in my head?
Day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
If you guys were a princess locked in a basement, and I came to save you, and I was having arguments with voices in my head that you can't hear, would you be at least understanding of that? Would you try to just ignore the fact that I'm obviously unwell? But I mean well? It's like, hey! It's like the very well-meaning, mentally unstable person. He's not well, but he's really kind and he wants to just help everybody and be friends. Okay. I mean, there probably is a screwdriver. I mean, right?
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate
You
that.
attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top is someone else. Your shout. You try to...
Son of a bitch!
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade.
Wait, how far does that chain reach? What if I, have her, walk all the way to the right side of the building? And then You guys ever use a bow drill to start a fire? It's that thing where you have, a curved piece of wood. There's a bow, but you have it wrapped around a stick and you just do. I remember being a Boy Scout, I started fires, all sorts of stuff. I've spent enough time camping outside to realize I never want to sleep outside ever again. I like my queen-size bed. I like being air conditioning. I like laying naked on my air-conditioned bed in front of a fan. It's even in the middle of winter, I will have a box fan just facing me. I like circulating air. I like feeling the little bit of wind against my skin. Hell, I have the same blanket I've been using for 30 plus years. Most of it is frayed and paper thin, but it's the most comfortable thing in the world. Or maybe it's just what my skin is used to, but it's just... I'll say this. What's odd is I don't like the feeling of things like metal or leather or latex or ink or anything like that against my skin, but I like really soft things. I like silk, I like satin, I like fuzzy. I like stuff that's either soft and silky, soft and satiny, very smooth, soft cloth, or felt, or velvet, or big, fluffy, floofy blankets. Though, granted, sometimes the big, fluffy wool can be a little itchy and uncomfortable. Other times it can be comforting. It's just, I guess, different things are more comforting in other situations. Main point I'm just saying is I like soft. I don't like leather. I don't like latex. I don't like metal. I don't even like the feeling of ink against my skin. Because that's the thing. I have never had a single piercing. I never would want one. I've never had a tattoo. I'm never going to get one. Because even the idea of there being ink in my skin or on it, I dislike that. Granted, I have dated women with tattoos or piercings. Wasn't really a preference of mine, but, you know, everyone's got their own preferences in life. And granted, there's always a limit to how much is acceptable in terms of what I like. Ideally, I'd prefer a person who didn't have any piercings or tattoos at all. But I mean, some here and there. And again, I don't judge people. They have a bunch of piercing tattoos. It's just not something that would be appealing to me. It'd be too off-putting to me. I wouldn't like it. You know, it's their life decision as far as how they are, but it's just like, it's just not what I would like. And why am I burning the fuck up? You know, I got a box fan over there, but you know what? I'm gonna turn on this little tiny fan over here. Because I'm so fucking hot. At least my headache's starting to wear off a little bit. But I'm burning up. But, yeah, I don't like, even like the idea of like drawing on my arm with a pin. Even though it's temporary and wash right off. I don't like the idea of ink or metal or leather or latex or anything, well, binding or restrictive on my skin. It's just, I don't like it. But I do like soft, fluffy things, whether it's, I mean, granted, a big wool, fluffy blanket's cool. But honestly, I like more of the very soft, comfy. And granted, it can be like smooth and even, or it could be like frilly and stuff too. I mean, there's different, like I said, some things are more preferable. I mean, again, variety is a spice of life. So, I mean, you can have fluffy and you can also have smooth. But main thing is I like things that are soft and comfy and, okay, I'm an adult that has stuffed animals, okay? I mean, I like cuddling and I like soft, cozy, comfy, cuddly stuff. Okay?
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
I know, they're dicks.
There's a slight panic rising in the
I mean, that's understandable. I'm here to save her, and now I'm not even sure, because even if I had a key and I could unlock her, how the fuck are we getting out of here? I mean, there's a window, I guess.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
I mean, it's not like we can get a running start at the damn... I mean, it's on top of a staircase. We can't get a running start, and there's not enough room for both of us to leverage our bodies to try to fulcrum the door out. And even then, if there are other people on the other side of the door that locked us on us, I mean, we're gonna have to like fight them 2 versus how many? I'm out of breath. I mean, our best bet would be the window. Like I said, what if I just have you walk to the right side of the building? After all, it doesn't matter how strong something is. If you have something else of the same material, then you can break that with it. And like Harry's saying, even if you had a metal that's indestructible, if you have more of the same destructible metal, I mean, we have you walk to the other side of the room, and I take the other chain, and I just like smack the chain with it. You know, granted, the concern about that is maybe the vibration through the chain could eventually cause a fracture in your arm. So that's a concern there. But then there's also, what if I just put it over like a rock or something, and then I like took the other chain and just rubbed it back and forth over and over until there at least was a crack in the chain or something. Or I still, again, I could try to dig out the rock around the part where the metal plate is, and I'll just like walk behind you carrying the metal plate. Or, you know, without the other chain, like what if I just use the chain to hit the chain? Like, I just like smack the chain into itself. You know, there's got to be a way to do that. Though I remember you doing that the last time, and
tearing through her limb.
again, why wouldn't you do it from the other side of the chain? If you have to remove part of your arm, why wouldn't you try to move the... Why wouldn't you try to save as much of your arm as possible? And does no one understand the idea of blood loss? I don't think blood transfusions exist in this world.
He rips her flesh from her bone. A sound comes from behind you. The clang of bouncing metal.
What, there's somebody else down here? What do you mean the sound of metal behind me? She's in front of me, right?
It's the blade from upstairs. You're not
Oh,
sure
right.
it's way down here, but
I
it does
forgot that
finally
I didn't
strike
bring that.
Now.
Why
Or
would-
we could use it to free her?
I mean, she's technically already free. So, are we gonna bandage your arm?
Think what happens if you do that.
She's bleeding a lot, by the way.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain.
Is gangrene a thing in this world?
Cut into her flesh.
Yeah, you don't have to, like, act tough. I mean, I would definitely be really, like, upset at this.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
That...
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
I'm gonna have to carry you, right?
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
'Cause, I mean, that's a lot of blood loss. You're gonna
No.
faint.
She didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping.
We need to bandage that, at least.
How is she still smiling after
Doesn't the human body only have 10 liters of
God, she
blood?
doesn't even bother.
There's a liter back there! There's a liter at your feet!
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
So we're using the door. When it's a wooden door, I can cut through it with the knife. But it might take a little... Can we bandage your arm first?
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Okay, make save. Page 7.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
The voices in my head are being very, disagreeable.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward.
Trying.
Blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Wonder if any of these is like an Easter egg.
The blade. Move the... As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
At least you sound remorseful as you do this.
She plunges it into your chest.
As well as the facial
Through flesh
stuff that
and
shows.
skin. It is agony.
But you, at least one, you're not enjoying this, and two, you know, you do have reservations about doing
oh, no.
this.
I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake. don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture.
I mean, we could say something kind and reassuring, like, yeah, I understand. But I'm still gonna bitch. It's, you stabbed me. I understand that, we don't really have a choice in the situation. But this is gonna fucking hurt still.
Whatever.
I'm still gonna express that pain.
Your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch.
Why am I have such high hit points?
I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound.
Yeah, true.
It won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
The voice acting is definitely much
Thrust with
better
the knife.
this time
Your
through.
legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark.
Instead of stabbing me, there is a window. We couldn't just throw the knife down there. I mean, even if the narrator person possesses me, I can't stab you with a knife I don't have.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. A terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't. If he doesn't remember what happened, then...
Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Our beloved.
Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
We'll see about that.
We were on pleasant terms, so I wouldn't say we were in love.
Specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek. What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Technically that's true, but there should be some amount of self-preservation. Also, if you're going to love somebody, they should be somebody that's actually deserving of that love. You shouldn't just be, smitten with anybody. Obviously, if they're a bad person, or if they betray you, or lie to you, or mistreat you, or just don't feel the same about you, then, or something else going on, then, yeah, you shouldn't feel that way. It's definitely good to value and care about somebody, but only if they also equally value and care about you too.
A warning. She will
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
Okay.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Okay.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries.
Okay.
A prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. That's because there isn't. I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here, in which case she'd be lying to you. That's a great idea. We have to make sure we shouldn't waste time. I'm not lying to you. This really is... You reach forward and rub your hand
fabric
against the cabin wall. But it was there a second ago, but now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet.
How do you know we have feathers?
Out of place.
Okay, that's a little vain, but probably should make a save. Okay. Music's nice. This is actually the most relaxing and peaceful music we've had.
The door to the basement creaks open.
Who is maintaining these candles and torches?
The carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Actually, doesn't seem bad. I like the music. It's actually really cool.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
I like that voice.
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last.
It's very
I
soft.
can hear wedding
That
bells
is
already.
okay, I think you're jumping the gun, man. Holy shit. It's actually a little creepy. Come on.
I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far.
Yeah,
We barely
it's a
even
little
know
much,
what
man.
it is. We can still do right.
Maybe
by
in the
her.
future one day, but
Over the
that's
top fawning.
really, really fast. Holy shit. It's way over the top, man.
Yes, for everyone's sake.
Dear God.
Not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
We'll say this. Having a charming personality, if it's all just lies, is absolutely disgusting because it's just flattery. And, obviously dishonest. But if it's actually just legitimately part of a person's personality, and they are just happy to have your company, and actually do care about you, then it's actually special and precious. It's just if it's lying, then it's horrible.
You walk down the stairs
And
lock
it's
eyes
just
with the
disgusting.
princess.
If it's honest
There's a
and
heavy chain
sincere,
around her wrist,
then it's
binding
wonderful.
her to the far wall.
Okay, how is this? How is the cabin on the hill? Like, she's in the basement, and yet we have a window that is clearly viewing out into... So unless we're, like, at the back of a fucking cliff or something, shouldn't that window be underground? Or at the very least, it's at fucking ground level. Like, it's not even, like, a foot down to the ground. Like, literally, like, we should see... like, grass. Even well-cut grass, sticking up into the window. Like, we're in a basement, and yet we're looking at a window. How is that a thing? I remember times where I've been in apartment complexes where there was a basement, and there's a window at the very top of the basement, which is barely at ground level. Heck, there were some places where the basement was technically, there was a hole dug into the ground. So you have a window to where technically outside that window is actually underground. And what it is a semicircle about 3 foot across that's cut into the ground that's 2 foot deep. That's supposed to be sort of a storm sort of drain sort of situation. But the point is that, you're seeing daylight, but even the top of the window, the window is placed at the top of the ceiling. And even the very tip top of the window is barely even with the ground of the grass. And I don't mean the tips of the grass, I mean the fucking roots of the grass. So how do we have a window in the basement?
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
Okay. Voice does come off as a little pretentious, Smitten Dude. But at the same time, while it is, definitely over the top what you're saying, I mean, you are trying to reassure her. I mean, she is in a very precarious situation, and she is probably very emotionally distraught. I mean, I would be. And you're trying to reassure her and make her feel confident. So, good idea, poor execution.
You know she can't hear you, right?
Maybe?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear.
Princess, I'm here to save you. By the way, can you hear my insanity?
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
I was so worried about you. You remember me, right?
I remember the one where she became a werewolf, which obviously I have to like redo that in order to get that achievement. Though didn't I already do that before? Like, because I know that was obviously a thing, but I guess they made it into a. I don't know. I don't know how Steam achievements work.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just watch me. Okay.
And we just stab you.
You bring the blade down to strike, but she's fast. She ducks to the floor, your blade narrowly grazing her backside. Slaying her won't be easy now that she's free.
She is missing a hand.
We could have gotten out of here together. Were you just lying to me this whole time?
There still wouldn't have been a point for me letting you out.
I don't know what's come over you, but if I have to kill you, then I'll kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that?
Do you hear the conviction in her voice? Do you see that razor? She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, not enough to stop her. You feel her claws and you collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in
She has night vision?
as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone different, everything goes dark, and you die.
The witch! Okay, this is different.
You're on a path. You're here to...
I remember there being a thing with the person being a werewolf, but I don't remember the... Okay.
A warning. She will... Don't worry. You can trust us to get the job done.
Okay. And granted, like I said, there would be a lot more I could do with different, but I'm at least trying not to have a super long, what the
interior
fuck
of
is
a
this?
of twisted roots. The walls are chaotic weeds.
How the fuck do you build a house out of roots?
Accident just happens to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Okay.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. That's because there isn't. There's definite, but he says there isn't one. That's got to count for something, right? Oh, I'm sure we look great. If only there was some sort of reflective surface we could examine. Absolute shame there isn't anything like that around here. You do see it, right? I don't know how to read you.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get body language of disembodied voices.
Things. But do you see the mirror? Help me out here, will you? I'm not lying to you. You walk up to the wall next to the... This really isn't... You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. Well, at least we can all agree now that there's nothing to see here. Case closed. Good work, everyone.
Okay. I'll make a save here. We'll take the blade.
Take the blade from the shelf. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world.
You know what I did the whole turn the blade? I didn't bother looking at the little cursor to...
Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She
Huh.
doesn't have to know we have it. That's not actually a bad idea.
Well, we don't actually have to do it. But yeah, it's actually not a bad idea, I guess. A little
The door to the
dishonest,
basement
but
creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw, waiting to swallow you up into... The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
do we get to see a doctor after
Her
this?
voice skitters up.
I think we would need an asthma inhaler.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite. But you are. You're a wretched little thing. I
Okay.
recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path.
How could you hear me
I
that
know
far
who
away?
You are, and I remember what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation.
I mean, it's on the list of
You
options.
can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is.
Which is?
I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
I mean, that's a very good, solid point.
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine. You're the boss.
Okay, how's this gonna go?
Thank
Holy wow!
you. Descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below.
How are you not? There's no window at all. No. This should be burning up all your oxygen. There's not a single plant down here. Like, there's no plants making, like, carbon dioxide back into oxygen. Plus, you're burning all the oxygen. How are you not dead? There should be smoke everywhere and you should be dying of suffocation.
A fire crackles in the center of the room, casting unsettling...
There's no ventilation down
walls.
here.
The princess crouches on the other side.
And there you are. One hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade.
Well, I mean, if it's not sharp, it's not much of a knife now, is it?
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
Okay. Now, obviously, in order to get the werewolf ending, we have to have the one where she bites off her hand. But I think I have to, like, stab her right away? I'm trying to remember how stuff goes. Like, I remember there being a ghost that follows me upstairs. But I don't quite remember. Load. How do I...
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Oh, I think I need to go to her eating her hand, but then I don't stab her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it?
Your body lunges forward. But the princess, stop it. Stop. The blade! Move. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious...
We both know this isn't you.
So it's the same as that one time, except for you have a little bit
Nervously
of,
reaches towards
well,
you and takes
less
the blade
weight on
from
one
your
side and
infuriatingly
a little bit of
rigid
poorly
hands.
applied lipstick.
What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony.
Well,
You
yeah.
aren't dead yet.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until for her sake. Whatever. She's
I'm sorry.
And like I said, if anyone wants to see me try to do this with animated backgrounds, which I don't know if it affects the characters,
she doesn't know.
I could try, but again, I don't think my computer can handle it.
Apparently not. Though it doesn't matter how
I'm so sorry.
Very good voice
one
act.
last thrust of the knife. Your legs give out beneath. It can't just end like, oh, that's rich coming from you. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Okay. It's still damsel, even though she's missing a
You're
hand.
on a path. You're here.
It would be.
Oh, she will. If only you. Excuse me? Forget he said it. But he is a villain. He made our beloved brutally take our life.
Okay, this is
last time.
different.
He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of our. Lust? I think he just likes to hear the sound. I do. But I also speak from the. Sure, you don't pay their.
Okay, so this is definitely different, though.
The interior of the cabin is. The blade is your implement.
Probably should make a save. Maybe this one? Okay. Music's certainly different.
You take the blade from the table. I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword. That way she'll know we can defend her from.
Like I said, if I was rich, I would definitely want to cosplay Fate Graphite from the cover of volume number 5 of Berserk of Gluttony. It's like a really snazzy black outfit that's soft, sort of satin, but it's got like a red felt interior, and he's got a black obsidian blade in a gold scabbard.
Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge. There's no use arguing over motivations right now. It's good that you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job. You walk up to the wall next to the bait. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror.
Oh!
Or at least it'll be him. You reach forward, but now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Okay.
The door to the basement creaks open,
Gold trim.
revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light, but it's still a stone base. A soft voice.
Hello? Is someone there?
A voice. It's somehow... Okay, I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her, but saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you think? We don't even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her. My love! We're here to rescue. You know she can't hit. She may not. Oh, you're...
I was so worried about you. You remember me, right?
Okay. So... now we're at that part where I have to struggle to... Okay, we have 17 out of 19 achievements. So the beast and the nightmare. How the fuck do I do? Obviously the beast one needs the... Well, let's try to just play this. Okay, double check OBS. We're 3 hours in. That's recording fine. Well, let's try to play this normally, but...
You're on a path. You're here to slay her. I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Okay.
Don't linger on the specific. Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you... While I appreciate the mental exercise we are... Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up, and before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest causality doesn't matter here, because it's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical, unless, of course... Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But, a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
I'll be honest, I do like honeyed words. But only if they're sincere. If someone were to use basically flattery on me and I find out that it was all fucking lies, manipulations, I will fucking hate the fucking shit out of them.
Then each and every
I don't
one
like
of us is
being
doomed.
manipulated or betrayed.
So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out.
I also
for
don't
all
like
of
being
us.
used or deceived. I prefer being able to trust
You
people.
make your way up the short path.
And having
to
that
the cabin.
trust
You'll find
well,
the princess.
dashed pisses me the fuck off.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Could you imagine, like usually in the chapter 2s we have that extra voice. What if we have all the voices at the same time?
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and the blade is your... You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
But I needed a beast ending, nightmare ending, and yeah, that's it.
The door to the bed... Her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost... Don't let it fool you.
So definitely taking the blade has an effect.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
Well, it'd be kind of cowardly for me to pretend
You
not
walk
to
down the stairs
be here for that
and
reason.
lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me. I know. You brought a knife with you and everything. But you don't have to try and kill me. You could always toss that scrap of metal to the ground and give the two of us a chance to talk things out.
She makes a compelling point. What if we didn't kill her? What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
I think I remember the nightmare ending was the little ghost that descended, from the basement to the top floor. But is the top floor really apt when it's only 2 floors? I don't know. I'm just saying, I remember that one being very difficult to figure out, and I think I probably had to look something up. Let's make a save. Page page 6. And we'll put it down.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment,
I mean, she does sound very jaded and guarded,
face to face.
but not only given the situation she's in, but also thinking the fact that, you know, I am a stranger and I did have a knife and was considering killing her. That's very warranted.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship. I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
Believe me.
And do you think asking me what to believe is going to suddenly make everything crystal clear? Let's not pretend that's going to happen. As far as you're concerned, and as far as they're concerned, I'm going to say whatever I have to get out of here. That's just the dynamic of our situation.
Isn't that how, like, police interrogations work? You know, you have somebody talk and then you try to look for inconsistencies. So, I mean, the idea is that I would have you talk enough and, I mean, either one, you would slip up and let me know something that you're lying about, or you would let something slip as far as your characteristics, as far as either displaying a bit too much either malice or, I don't know, some kind of premeditation that you're at least scheming something. So either some sort of will to hurt or lie or deceive. I guess the main point is I'm trying to get information, trying to gauge what kind of person you are. So it's not necessarily that you're gonna, yes, you'll be willing to lie to me about anything to escape this, but I'm trying to have a better understanding of your personality to decide if you are a good person or not, and if I can trust you.
Too long.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
I mean, you left details out too, man.
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Okay, so I'm gonna address you as the person I left down in a fucking basement.
Again, she offers no
Don't really
specifics.
appreciate you
no
being
matter
rude.
how hard you try, you'll never
I can just get up and
straight
fucking
answer.
leave at any time. I don't have to be here. I can just leave. If you're gonna be rude, I can just fucking leave.
Oh, have you decided what
Well,
to
just fucking leave
know
you here.
Why you're here?
I'm
That
leaving.
seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help.
How about you be nicer then?
And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
This is not inspiring me to want to help you. Any sort of threats are going to make me more against you the whole time.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
Like, again, this is the whole purpose of having the conversation. You know, when you're pushed back into a corner with this, like, oh, he's going to get up and fucking leave you here, how do you respond? Do you respond with saying, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude to you. I understand that I am probably very starved and upset and lonely and isolated down here in this basement, and I just snapped at you a little bit. I'm really sorry, sir, random hero with deformed arms, and perhaps the rest of your body, because you can't find a mirror that doesn't fucking disappear!" But it's like, hey, that's the thing. Are you going to be like, yeah, it's one thing if you snapped at me a little bit, but then another thing is like, I realize, oh, I get up and I'm going to fucking leave you because you're being rude and you snapped at me. And you were a bitch. And so I'm like, okay, fine, I'm just going to fucking leave. You can respond one of two ways. Granted, there's other ways too, but again, they're all varying degrees of the same two main concepts. One, I get up and you're like, oh shit, I'm sorry, I was rude, I snapped at you. It's been really shitty being trapped in a fucking basement. I'm very, very sleep deprived. There's no pillows or stuffed animals down here. I don't have a radio. I can't listen to music. There's no caffeine or Tylenol. I'm feeling really shitty, and I took it out on you. I'm sorry I yelled at you, and I was rude and potentially even threatened you. I'm very sorry. I appreciate you came down here and that you at least are considering saving me instead of just outright murdering me, and that it also is very, troublesome and inconvenient for you to have to walk through a fucking forest and go into a mystery haunted cabin. Or you go this route and say, oh, you're just gonna get up and leave? Well, you know what? I don't need you. And when I get out of here because you don't help me, I'm gonna hunt you down and hurt you and say all these mean, threatening, degrading things to you. I'm like, okay, that makes me realize, okay, yeah, I shouldn't save you. You see, again, it's reasonable for you to want to snap at me and be upset because your situation is fucking shitty. But the question is, when you realize I'm going to get up and leave, do you realize that you're snapping at me and that I don't mean you any harm? It's like, I'm here, I wish to do well, and you're being rude to me, so I'm just gonna leave. And you're like, oh shit, yeah, I'm sorry. I just, it's been a shitty time down in the fucking dungeon. Or as opposed to, oh fine, I don't need you anyway. I didn't need you to save me. I'm just gonna get up and I'm gonna bust out of here on my own, and then I'm gonna be degrading and violent and aggressive to you. That's the whole point of talking. Plus, the whole time I'm talking to you, the narrator would keep talking, and he's bound to let slip some information that'd be useful. And again, like I said, I don't know how it is from any of these instances of these different variations of the princess, if they're aware that I'm having these conversations with people they can't hear. It's like, oh princess, could you please repeat what you said again? I couldn't hear you over the sound of noises you can't hear. Should make a save because I made a lot of decisions and I don't want to repeat stuff. Yeah, just know. I'm getting the fuck out.
No,
you were rude to me,
fair compromise,
and you're continuing to be rude to me, and you were threatening me. I'm leaving.
We'll have to take.
If you wanted me to help you, you shouldn't have been rude to me. You shouldn't have threatened me.
No one has to die.
But, you're gonna talk to me like that, I'm just gonna fucking leave.
You're making a mistake.
Then how about you say sorry?
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving
I will
behind.
burn this fucking building to the ground. And then I will run as far away as I can from this fucking cabin. And if I ever get lost, because I have a horrible sense of direction, I will look back to the giant fucking smoke plume that is this fucking building, and I will keep running till I see nothing of it anymore.
Slip these chains. She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice?
If you could have slipped the chains earlier, why didn't you do it earlier?
The way she dropped her mask.
And that's the other thing. Whether it's you have a hidden knife to cut off your fucking hand, whether you eat through your fucking arm, whether or not you disjoint 7 new wrists out of you and slip it out like you're fucking Piccolo. Here's the thing. Even if all those were an option at any time, That requires more effort than just saying sorry to me. You could have just said sorry to me. That's all you could have done. I understand you being upset at being locked in a fucking basement, being treated like shit. That's understandable. I'd probably be even more pissed and temperamental than you. I'd probably snap at people too. But when I realized that they were going to fucking leave, I'd at least say, I'm sorry. You know, it's been really fucking shitty for me down here. I'm just lashing out. You know? So whether you fucking had a hidden knife and cut through your fucking arm, ate through your fucking arm, snapped it out like fucking Piccolo, all of those things, all of them, required far more effort than just telling me that you're sorry. Or not treating me like shit. So even if that is an option for you, it's not like it's any motivation for me to come back down and save you. If anything, every time you are saying anything additional that is not I'm sorry, it's just reconfirming that I have made the correct decision. Because even if you fucking cut off your fucking arm and it becomes like, oh, it was actually a prosthetic arm, it was half fucking machine gun. Yes, you're gonna come and fucking gun me down. But you know what? Given the fact that you behaved this way, proves that had I come down and released you from your chains, even if I straight up had the fucking key, that you were going to stab me in the back and kill me anyway. Which means, regardless of what you could possibly ever do to me, it has proven me right. That I am correct. In fact, the only thing you could possibly do, aside from saying, I'm sorry, at the top of your lungs. Like, you could do that right now. Nothing's fucking stopping you. You could just yell, I'm really sorry. Just yell that you're sorry. Granted, it's not enough, but it's a start. That would be at least enough to get me to walk down the fucking stairs, put the knife back down, and sit down with you and continue the conversation. It's not enough for me to fully come to the idea of fucking letting you out of those fucking chains. But all you have to do at this point even is just yell, I'm sorry. It's not enough to get me to release you, but it's at least enough to get me to come back down and continue the conversation with at least the serious intent that, you know, I may actually release you. Because I have a natural disposition to want to help people, to want to save you. But if you at least want that conversation, you have to at least say, I'm sorry, and I have to at least believe that there's at least some sincerity to it. And I'll at least continue the conversation with you. And in fact, should you escape on your own and you find me, the only thing you could say, the only thing you could do that would prove to me, say you cut through your fucking arm and you wander through the fucking forest with one fucking arm, and you find me a mountain and 2.5 away. The only thing you could say to me that would prove that I was wrong for leaving you in that basement is I'm sorry. For you still to apologize to me and to have no ill will toward me. Because at this point, say you track me down 2 mountains away and fucking kill me. That still proves me right. The fact that you were... Because here's saying, it's one thing, okay, you escaped. Well, at that point, your survival should be your main priority. If you're so fucking vengeful and vindictive that you would go out of your way to fucking track my ass down when I have gone out of my way to be away from you, that is simply proven to me what a fucking monster you are. Heck, even if you do find me, you know, you should still say that you're sorry to me. And you should have no ill will toward me. That would prove to me that I was wrong. If you still apologized to me and had no ill will and no expectation of trying to use or take anything from me, or betray me or manipulate me. But at the end of the day, if you escape on your own and fucking track my ass down and kill me, that proves me right. It proves that, because if you were that vengeful and vindictive to do that, then you were going to kill me anyway, even if I had released you. Because like I said, anything you do to leave is less effort than just saying that you're sorry. Treating me with basic fucking dignity. It's not like I expect you to bow and fucking scrape and shit. Even if you weren't a princess, I don't expect you to talk to me like I'm some sort of fucking superior or some kind of bullshit. I'm not some conceited piece of shit. I just want you to just at least talk to me, you know, like I'm on the same level as you. Like I have value. Like I'm a person. Instead, you talk down to me as if I'm beneath you, as if I'm nothing, and as if you are already thinking of killing me. It's just, like I said, I don't expect you to fucking bow and scrape and shit. I don't need you to, like, I don't need some sort of, like, you know, praise and bullshit like that. I'm not some, you know, self-centered, narcissistic piece of shit that needs people to fucking worship him. I just want you to talk to me like I'm a person. Like I have feelings. Like my thoughts, my emotions are valid. That, you know, that I have just as much of a right to live as you do. That my well-being matters. That I'm not just some disposable tool you can use to escape your fucking situation. That I'm not just something to be used and discarded. That my life, my existence, just my sense of self and who I am, that I have value. I don't need you to see me as some sort of fucking superior bullshit. I just need you to see me as a person. You know, just treat me with basic fucking dignity and decency. All you have to do is say you're sorry and mean it. And actually not have any ill will toward me. I should make another save. Okay, we'll go with this for now.
Death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade.
This does sound familiar. This is probably the Spectre or the Night. This is probably the Nightmare or the Beast one would be the werewolf. That's gonna be the one where she eats through her hand. At least one of the variations of it. This has got to be the Nightmare one where she comes up through the floor, if I remember correctly.
We can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing...
Why didn't we leave the fucking... Like, obviously, yes. Barricading the door was a must. Burning it fucking down! Okay, we don't have the gasoline for that, I understand. But why the fuck did we stay here? Even if the door outside is somehow locked, it's fucking made of wood. Oh, so why did we leave the knife behind? But here's the thing, just windows. They're not fucking bulletproof tempered fucking glass. Even if they are, just bust out the fucking hinges. Hell, tear out the use the fucking table, bust through the fucking glass, and then put the table back in front of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
You know, I don't think the chain was long enough to let you get this close to the fucking door. And again, even though I'm upstairs, you have heard that I have left. After all you said it, you heard me coming down the path. Here's the thing. Whatever it took for you to get up the fucking stairs, you could have just yelled, "I'm sorry." And I still maybe would have moved the fucking table, opened the door, walked all the way back down the stairs, sat next to you and talked to you. It would have taken less effort for you to just yell, "I'm sorry," and to just be nicer to me.
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways.
fact that you weren't willing to say I'm sorry and that you're saying that at this point, I'm pretty sure any pretense of a fucking good side you had was all a fucking lie and a front.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess.
Yeah, the nightmare ending.
Like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it.
Again, like I said, you're proving me right. All you had to do was say that you're sorry. Instead, between the fact that you couldn't stop disrespecting me or ignore your own fucking pride, all you had to do was be nicer to me.
You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
You're the one who was rude to me first. You're the one who threatened me first. Like, oh, you came down this thing with a knife. I put it down, like, and I was honest, straightforward. Like, hey, I came here because, log cabin. Who builds log cabins anymore?
No, it doesn't.
Ignore and go to sleep. I should make an extra save. Again, why the fuck did we stay here?
I could be innocent and harmless, and wanna be. Teasing me with fresh air and a chance to finally live freely doesn't inspire me to play nice.
You weren't playing nice to begin with!
Put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall.
Why the fuck would I stay here? Even
Jolt awake in the middle
before
of to silence.
all of that. Even if I thought she was
The ruckus
completely held in place
And
downstairs.
the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Well, we probably don't want to know the answer to that.
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working.
How did you get out of there? Your arm is perfectly fine. There's not even a bruising on
It
it.
isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves.
So did you, like, break
First your toes go numb,
off
and then your
the
feet,
chain
your
itself?
legs,
Or did you, like, astral project yourself out of here to fucking kill me?
unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time.
It's a good thing I wasn't planning to go to sleep anytime soon
You
anyway.
feel your organs shutting down one by one.
But I need those to live.
Or maybe
My organs are
I can't
important.
take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills.
So, was there like magic psilocybin mushrooms in the side of those walls that... Am I just like on the basement down the stairs twitching
If
from
you
a fucking
only
drug
could
trip?
get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in
Am I just having a heart attack?
You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Okay. Nightmare ending. And the other ones where she was a werewolf.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path, you're here to slay her. I can assure you, if he doesn't remember Shh! What if he hears us? That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit! I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all. A warning. She will. I don't think. It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
I mean, she was lying to us. And like I said, I do like when people are nice, but the moment I find that the fucking niceness was just a fucking lie and a fucking manipulation, I don't like being lied to. I don't like being manipulated. I don't like being betrayed.
Knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade.
Like, I respond very well to being treated well, but I respond very poorly to being treated poorly.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time. It's just an empty frame. She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it. You're right. There isn't. We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
You're overthinking that, man.
We shouldn't waste time preening. If he is lying about the mirror, it might be important. I'm not lying. Maybe he's trying to keep us from looking because there's something horribly wrong with
There
us.
probably is,
No,
but
there
we don't
isn't
get to see it until the
something
game's fully
horribly wrong
done.
with you. You look exactly how you're supposed to look. Now stop second guessing my every word. You walk up to the wall. This really isn't. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
Okay, should make a save. Turn, take blade.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Steel can't lie to us.
Unless it can. Maybe it's cobalt.
Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb?
Do those exist in this time? Oh my, I forgot about that. Hi, little ghost people at the windows. You seem to have come here from the game Demonophobia. If anyone out there has not heard of the game Demonophobia, do not search it. It is a cursed Korean game that is not suitable for anyone under the age of 23 years old. It is something you should avoid. And you might say, well, why'd you bring it up? Because I'm telling you what to not search. That way in the future, should somehow the YouTube algorithm just sort of, as you're clicking on creepypastas or random algorithm stuff, should you just come across something that says Demonophobia, don't click it! Don't! Do not click. Do not watch. Anything that says Demonophobia, do not watch it.
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself.
Well, luckily, I've never had that,
Those
so.
are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Okay. What the
Cross
fuck
over the
is this?
threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
If she lives here, she's not human.
Her cruel and playful voice prances
What?
up the
What?
stairs.
Excuse me, what?
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
So why would I go down the
Okay,
stairs?
we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
There are a lot of options here. We should make a save. How hard is it to throw a knife? That's... Yeah, he seems to think we can do it. Bunch of pessimists. Step off into the void! Continue down the stairs. I shouldn't be finding this so funny. Okay, he thinks we can do it. Let's do it.
Finally, a voice of reason. The rest of you should take notes. You know why I'm being a pessimist. I'm just asking questions. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs.
Okay.
As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks.
This is
suspended
not what I
in
was
nothingness.
expecting.
A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be.
If one of those faces was on the
Pathways.
wall, would that be an Ed and
As soon as
Eddie
you get to
reference?
the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right.
Okay.
She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is?
How is this a functional basement?
No, I'm not.
This is like a Minecraft strip mine.
We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again.
To be fair, I could probably die 1,000 times. I would still not want to die anymore. It's kind of like stubbing your toe. Whether you've never stubbed your toe or stubbed your toe 100 times, you don't want to stub your toe again.
Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
How about the path that isn't directly into a
I
face?
wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter. Because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Well, I mean, it's not like I'm trying to hide from you. We're down here for a reason. We're actively trying to meet you. It's just we're not really ecstatic about it. Oh, I actually have choices. Well. Go on. Overwrite that. Turn. I'm gonna go right, directly into the damn
You
face.
turn to the right. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
Do I need coffee?
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think. Think! What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Well, that wasn't cool at all. In terms of like, yeah, it's cool design, just this wasn't something I'd ever actually want to experience in real life. Obviously, as is intended, I like the damsel path the most because, you know, just nicer. And it's sincere. That is an important point. Now we go left.
You turn to the left. A faintly...
There you are. I told you I was going.
Yep, that still went the same thing. Load. Do nothing.
Side its bet.
There you are.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go...
No. Load. I'm gonna go back.
You turn back to the stairs, a faintly outlined...
Great.
There you are.
As the princess approaches,
Fuck. Will there be differences in the future? Probably not. Will there potentially be differences now? I don't know. Unlikely. Jump into the void.
you attempt to step off the stairs and into the pitch black surrounding them, but you're stopped by an invisible force. How would falling into an infinite void be better than anything?
You don't know the other options, man.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge,
Load.
Didn't you hear my warning a minute ago? Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on talking anyway. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose...
Okay. Let's see. Right. Load. Great, this one blade. I don't think this is going to make a difference in that situation. Load.
It's never too late to do the right thing. Now hurry. You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle. She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a... We shouldn't have hesitated. But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down.
Okay.
As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
And this is why I was going to fucking leave you there.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your arms. This is the end. I'm afraid it is. Everything goes black, and you die. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that...
Okay, so... Load. So this path? I'm pretty sure she needs to have bitten off one of her fucking hands in order to...
Oh, for the love of...
Good. I'm glad you've come to...
You're making a... No. You're doing the... You walk up to the... They're large and heavy.
I'm guessing you don't have the key.
Maybe it's somewhere doubtful. Whoever locked the print...
Well, you do have that...
She speaks with... If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Any you attempt to... Someone else... You're shout... You try harder. You make your way easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. The knife. Pick it up and...
You won't. Without hesitation, you...
You bastard.
Did you hear the conviction?
Yeah, I already did this one. So how do I think I need to go back main menu. So I only have one more achievement to do, and it's the werewolf ending again. So even though I've done some of these endings before, they've definitely changed dialogue, voice acting, and art style. Still, I'm glad I played it back with the original version. And that there's a video out there for people to watch. Let's try to start this again.
You're on a path. You're here to sleep. Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right? talking about the end of... While I appreciate, nevertheless, and before Kozat no unless... Don't mention it. It's all part of the job.
Okay.
You make your way. Warning, she will... We're not going to ignore him. The interior of the blade is your...
Okay.
The door to the base... Her voice
Hello?
is... hip. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the...
You must have the wrong address.
Great job. You've given away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
Like I said, I'd rather not kill anyone, and I like being honest.
You
Hi.
walk down the stairs and lock eyes.
The voices in the sky are saying I need to
There's
kill
a heavy
you.
chain around her wrist, binding
How?
her to
What's
the
your?
far wall
How do you
of
feel
the
about that?
basement.
Also, do you have cookies? And some like Pepsi or something? I don't know if you have like a mini fridge behind you or something.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to... I am begging you to stay...
Hi. You were joking about coming to kill me, right? Do you think you could get me out of these chains?
They're pretty big chains.
Okay.
You know, very reasonable.
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
You know, that's fine. You know, because while technically you are having me address you as a title, you're being polite about it. You're not being contentious, you're not being aggressive, you're not talking down to me. You're like, oh, you can call me Your Royal Highness or just Princess. You know, that's acceptable. Like, you don't have an actual name to give me, but you're at least, and you're insistent about you're at least being... You're at least being... Like, you could even say, hey, if you want to, we can think of a fictitious name that you can call me by at some point. It's like, I've just been here a long time, I don't remember my name.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine?
I imagine it could just be an issue of either she can't tell me her name, or she just doesn't remember. I mean, we're not very good at our memory, so... Yeah! Actually, I want to save. I actually want to explore these conversations. So I actually do want to do all these options. Go back upstairs to retrieve the blade without saying another word. A lot of things to say. Retrieve the blade. Yeah, what the hell have you been eating?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
It's a very important point. It's like if you go somewhere and someone's wearing clean clothes, but they're in some cabin in the middle of the woods. How have you been laundering your clothes? How have you been bathing? You're like, well, the person probably smells a little bit. Like, if you've been here for such a long time, even if you haven't been doing anything strenuous, your body's going to have a smell. Your clothes are going to be soiled. Your body's going to be dirtied. You know, your hair is not going to look like that. Hell, just like having a hat can be irritating. You would have taken off your crown just for the sake of comfort after the first day. Even if you're the most stubborn person in the world, after 2 days, you would have taken it off out of annoyance. It's like, oh, I baked a cake. Where the fuck did you get the ingredients?
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but...
It's extremely relevant!
Princess. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's actually a very reasonable response. Like I said, it is understandable to be agitated to where she were to snap a little bit. But it's a difference between like, okay, like I'm here to help you and
That's... How long has she been locked away?
yeah, it brings more issue of what are you eating?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
Apparently you have supernatural powers.
Sooner or later, you'll learn to trust me. Hopefully it won't be too late when you finally come around.
Thank you for believing me. Now, can you help me get out of here? There's going to be plenty of time to chat after I'm free, but okay. What do you want to know?
I should make an additional save. Return.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you, and you won't. I promise.
You're making a huge mistake.
No, you're doing the right thing.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy. Far too...
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains?
Yeah, that's a very it's much better than taking a knife and cutting through your fucking hand, or eating through your fucking hand. I mean, at worst, okay, we have to break your hand in a few spots to get through or cut off. And again, if you're gonna cut off your hand, why not cut off the least amount possible and use a tourniquet?
Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
Let's avoid that, because there'd be a lot of blood and that would hurt you a lot.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant to attempt to make your way to someone else. You try. You make your way easier for
Yeah, we're stuck down here.
Everyone. Look at the mess.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah, they're
There's
dicks.
a slight panic rising in.
It's fine, we got this. After all, you have a bunch of food down here, right? So we're not gonna starve.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
You're right! It's almost as if you have some sort of source of food and water down here that I was asking about earlier, we have plenty of time. We can at least enjoy each other's company as far as talking and stuff, so we don't go fucking insane. I mean, after all, I can imagine somebody might start having voices in their head and start talking to them, and one of them would be called the narrator. Instead, perhaps, you know, because we have access to food and everything, we can even take ships sleeping to make sure whoever locked us down here doesn't come down and try to kill us in our sleep, or kill me in my sleep, and kill you locked here. That maybe we can just whittle the rocks away from the metal, or just, you know, just turn the metal in loops and just like grind it against itself. We can get you out that way. We don't need to fucking do that!
Her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with determination.
You're being impatient. You don't need to eat yourself.
She rips her flesh from her bone. A sound comes from behind you. The clang of bouncing metal.
You don't need to eat yourself.
Use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do.
Okay, I think that's what I got. I think I have to immediately slay the princess to get that ending. Okay, we will save over here. Turn, and we will slay the princess.
Without hesitation, bring the
while
blade
she's
down,
still
plunge
nomming
it
on
into
herself.
The princess's back. Finally, the wound drives her to the ground.
That looks really painful.
Okay, there's no.
I
going
feel
back
bad
to
about
the
this.
end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back.
But I needed to have to keep
Still
stabbing
alive,
you.
She crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
Do you hear the conviction in her voice? Do you see that? It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. I'm not so... Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, your knife cuts into her. Forget about... Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you seize a move. We can still...
Possibly. Let's make a save here. Turn. Finish
You steal
the
your
job.
resolve. Excuse me? What is it? Do you think... Can you not... You take... The two of you enter one life, collapse on the...
After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally found a friend, but you were just another monster, weren't you?
Silence as the room starts to get fuzzy around you. You've paid a terrible price, but you've saved us all. It's over.
If you think this is it, you're sorely mistaken. One way or another, I'll make sure you pay for this.
There it is again. That razor-sharp look in her eyes and that terrifying conviction in her words. But you don't have the time left to worry about such things. Everything goes black, and you die.
Well, that's the witch ending again, huh?
You're on a path in the woods.
Okay, so something...
And
Load.
the princess is still... What if she doesn't succumb to her wounds? You rush up the stairs and dive past the threshold. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy... Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. What? It's not
She says, as she...
when I get out.
No.
Do you think a couple of cuts is enough to do me in? I'm not as frail.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind. You job. Where is she?
Thanks.
You try. It is your...
So,
She steps closer.
or maybe
Your light.
I'd say better luck next time.
It can't. I'm sorry. Everything goes dark. And
Okay.
you're on.
Load. This one. Yes. Give up.
Are you serious? As what's left of your blood pools around you on the cobblestone floor, the blade falls from your trembling hands and clatters uselessly against the ground. I suppose you simply lacked the will to finish the job. The princess, wounded but still alive, nervously jumps at the blade and kicks it far away from you before retreating into a dark corner of the room. Her shining eyes watch you from the darkness, unblinking and curious as you bleed out. We can only hope the wounds you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay.
After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally...
This is the end. Before you can answer, everything goes...
Yep, we got it. Okay, this is the other path we want to do.
You're on a path. You're here. Again? If he doesn't remember what happened, then something else must have trapped us here. You're not trapped here. Nobody's forcing you to do anything. The
about
only
that.
sensible thing for you to do right now is march up to that cabin and slay the princess. A warning. Before she will... Does a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom? Or is it just acting out its nature? I don't see why that matters. A lie's a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered. She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell. That's a very roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me and take this seriously. Maybe.
Okay.
The interior of the cabin is ruinous and dilapidated. It feels like no one has lived here for a long time, wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your... There's death. There is what a strange thing to lie about. Maybe he doesn't see it. Much like he had... We shouldn't waste... Or it's dangerous. I'm not lying to you. You walk up to the... This really... You reach forward, but it was there a second, and now it's gone.
Music is definitely nice. Okay, that's that one save. Save over this. And turn, take the blade.
You take the blade from the table.
Huh!
The basement creaks open.
This is
revealing
different.
What's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes. The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet.
That's an odd roundabout way of saying it's humid.
If the princess
Yeah,
was
that's
here,
jungle.
slaying her would
It's
probably be
humid.
doing her a favor.
It's very humid.
She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
Do I smell
She
nice?
sounds almost feral, impatient, or maybe eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step
Oh,
gives way
this
to
is
the damp
very
earth
different.
floor of a starlit pit.
Because I actually
The
kind of
walls are
remember the way
obscured
this
by
path
impenetrable
went
darkness, giving
in
the
the previous
illusion of
version a
room
year
might
ago,
stretch on forever.
and this is very
You
different.
brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround
glad I have
sides,
both versions
seemingly
in
the
terms
only
of-
living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness. The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere. A chain rattles in the underbrush, and as its links drag across the floor, you see pieces of her move in and out of the shadows. Remember, she's just a princess.
Oh, is she now?
She's certainly not just a princess. You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does. She emerges,
Well,
her shining eyes and glistening claws visible in the gloom, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling. You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you. And a little splinter clutched in trembling hands won't save you from me.
Yes, that is very much different than the way the original version was. Okay, so now we have all the achievements. And like I said, if you've just watched this video and you did not watch part 1, I strongly suggest you watch part 1. So you can see the original version of the way this game was. And still, technically, this is a demo. It's still a demo. When the full version of the game comes out, I don't know when that will be or what they will add. Having said, I do want to go back to this and see one more option. I won't kill you, but I just can't set you free. It's too risky. What if I just stayed for a while and kept you company? Maybe then everyone could be happy.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
Yes, it is.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
It's not like I'm saying you're going to stay down here forever. I'm just saying maybe we should take a moment to just sort of calm down before someone, eats through their fucking arm in impatience.
Leaving her alive is too risky. So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that.
You have to make a choice. Thank you.
Let's see how this
Turn
goes.
back to the stairs.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here. Fine, turn your back on me, but it won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains. She has to be bluffing, but you rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's own. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to... You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet.
Well,
Princess sat only a moment ago. There's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen. Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger? Your eyes dart to the... Where is she? You close the door behind you. Almost magically, its locks immediately click into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job.
Do you want to play a waiting game? I've been down here a long, long time. I'm very good at waiting.
You do your best to... But eventually... Come on, wake up. We can't fall... You wait for as long as you can. You barely even realize pain tears you from your sleep. The princess is upon you, ripping into your flesh, unnaturally sharp. There's nothing to be done. It can't just end like... As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny... Everything goes dark. And you die.
that would have also gone the beast path. Okay.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.